Stream. I read the schedule on the trolley.
Could be.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, we're going on a trolley ride, and after that, we are doing the missionary local train ride, and then the haunted ghost walk tonight. So we're Prime Minister? Oh. Alright. What's up, little baby?
Alright.
What's up, little baby?
And what's the name here?
Scott.
Okay. John Scott? Here. Good. I was trying to hunt you and find out what this jazzy wheelchair looked like. And
It's not also
it wasn't a fit in it. What's that? Yeah. Well, I'm going to drop you off at the Railroad Museum about 10 miles away. You got to walk back. No, I'm just joking. I'm going to bring you back here.
You're really good, dude. It's not gonna be good.
I'm going to bring you back here. I would never do that.
I haven't worked out today, but a 10-mile walk does not sound good. No.
Yeah, it's great hiking.
That'd be a nice workout.
Yeah.
But you're not going to have hiking. Okay. So, what is it that would use the jazzy? What I'm going to do when we get over there is I'm going to pull up as close to the building as I can. Okay? And then when everything's done, I'm going to tell everybody else that I want them to come across the parking lot to me. And then I'll pull back over there unless they have people over there that drive little golf carts. They can probably bring you over to you. They do that sometimes. Okay? 24th Street, 24th Avenue, 24th.
Yeah, we definitely got those.
24th Terrace, 24th Terrace Northwest, 24th Terrace Southeast. Just continuously for every number. Yeah, it's easy to get lost in Gainesville,
Yeah, I get you. Look at it that way.
especially if you're not using GPS.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we have streets like Broad Street, Market Street.
Yep. Tunnel Street. I think you can see a tunnel.
Main Street, Chestnut Avenue. Oh. Now, I just had to go to Gainesville one time. I can't remember the address, but it was some number and some direction, and it was I can't remember if it was a road, a street, a terrace, avenue, a boulevard, but there were all of those. And I ended up in a lot of wrong places.
Yeah, you do.
And
Right around.
there were a lot of different directions on them too. Northwest, southeast, southwest.
One side of town, the other side of town.
Yeah. I decided at that point Gainesville's not a place I ever wanted to be.
I don't know if there's any Democrats on here, but it's a real democratic town. It's run like that.
I'm just talking about the roads. I care less what the politics is.
Like it like that?
Yeah.
Oh, it ticks up.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I know it's in there.
Yeah, it was easier. You know.
Oh, you like it.
Yeah.
Yep, about that time. All right, can everybody hear me in the back? Yeah? Good. Well, folks, welcome. My name's Craig. I'm a tour guide, I'm a driver, historian, storyteller, all that stuff. Before we get started, I got a few policies to go over, rules or whatever you want to call them. I've got signs up here on the side. They say no smoking, no food or beverages. The only part of that I enforce is the no smoking part. If you happen to have something to eat or drink, please feel free to do so. If it's anything besides water, I ask that you refrain from doing so while the vehicle is in motion. That way you don't spill anything on yourself that's going to burn you, stain your clothes, make the floor sticky. You also won't chip a tooth when we hit a pothole. Let me say that again. When we hit a pothole. I didn't say if. Also, while I'm on that subject, I do have a cooler in the back and it's full of bottles of water. They are complimentary. It's going to be a little warm today. Just remember, I have complimentary water if you'd like it. Would anybody like a bottle of water right now? Nope, everybody's good. Okay. Let's see what else.
No open alcohol beverages are allowed on the trolley. That's the insurance company's rule. We go out of business without insurance, so I have to enforce that one pretty strictly. If you happen to have a flask hiding in your purse or pocket, please feel free to keep it there until you get off. Now, that doesn't mean you can't have a drink or 10 before you get on. However, if you had 10 drinks by 10:30 this morning, I'm questioning your judgment just a little bit. Except for people from Gainesville. Those people never stop drinking down there. Yeah, I've been there during those times too. Lost. Like everybody else. But, so, just don't get unruly for that reason or another. If you do get unruly for that reason or another, have to stop the trolley, and next day stop, open the door, and nicely ask you to leave. If for any other reason you decide you want to get off, I got ropes up here on the side. You can reach up and pull one, and pull it hard. Kind of yank it a little bit. It's going to ring a bell. That's going to annoy your driver. That'd be me. I'm going to stop the trolley, and they say stop, open door, and nicely ask you to leave. Don't ring that bell for any other reason unless given permission to do so by your tour guide. That's also me. That being said, if you don't think you make it to the tour without ringing the bell and need to get out of your system, go ahead and do that right now. Promise I'm not asking anybody to leave this time. Anybody? No? Okay. Well, we're going to drive off from here, and that opportunity is going to be gone until we go through a tunnel. We're going to be going through a tunnel on the way to the Railroad Museum. That's what I call bell amnesty. If the bell rings while we're in the tunnel, Charlie will not stop, door will not open, nobody will be asked to leave, mainly because it's dark in the tunnel. And I can't look in that mirror and see who did it right there, especially not with my sunglasses on. And if you wait until we get into the light on the other side of the tunnel, you've been warned, okay, folks? And don't get up and walk around while the vehicle is in motion. Don't store anything out in the walkway. I'm not responsible for loss, damage, or stolen items. So don't steal from each other. That takes care of that one. Hold on to all your valuables as if they're valuable. I do not want you dropping something when we hit the pothole and breaking it. And finally, lost. If you find yourself missing something later in the day and you think you might have left it here on this trolley, thank you. You guys have no sense of humor, do you? Alright. I really don't want your stuff. I want to get it back to you. I just need to know how. I need you to contact me. The way you contact me is you Google Chattanooga Trolley Tour. And you find that little section that says website, save, directions, call. Hit call. It's going to ring this phone right here. And I'm either going to answer this phone or I am going to call you back at my first availability. Because I do not answer the phone while I'm driving the trolley and doing tours. Be thankful for that. I'm turning the ringer off right now so I'm not disturbed by it. Now we're not going to be able to trolley the whole time. We'll be off the trolley, on the train, off the train, on the train, off the train, back on the trolley. Now you don't have to get on and off that train as much as I just said. You can stay on the train the whole time if you like. They'll explain that at the Railroad Museum. Now in between there you can be in an exhibit building, a display yard, watching a turntable demonstration, getting a tour of a train restoration shop, eating food in a deli, or visiting a gift shop. There's lots of places to sit somebody down. Please try to hold on to all your stuff. And please get back on this trolley with everything you get off with. Unless it's trash, feel free to put trash in a trash can. Not on the trolley and not on the ground. Let's be respectful of everything. And, but yeah, get back on here with everything you get off with, because I would hate to have to leave you out there to catch an Uber back. Because I've had to do that. Because people have left their phones on the train. People have left their car keys on the train. You know what happens when you get off the train? Another group's going to get on. The train's going to leave again. It's not coming back till after I have to be back here for my next tour. I'm not able to wait, so I've had to leave people out there, and it disturbs me, so please don't do that to me. I wish I could say it was about you, but it's about me. Don't do that to me. Okay? And that really does for my rules. You guys ready for the tour? Yep. Tour starts right here at Chattanooga Choo Choo. Now this was not always called the Chattanooga Choo Choo. Back in 1909, this building opened up as the terminal station. Terminal station built by the Southern Railway System replaced the old Central Passenger Station. It stood 2 blocks up the street. Central Passenger Station at that time had 7, 8 tracks. Terminal station here when they built it had 14. Served about 66 trains a day coming and going from every direction until World War II. World War II, that number escalated up to about 80 a day because troop transport's coming through. Because once we got into World War II, we started sending troops over the Europe and Pacific. 9% of those troops, tens of thousands, came right to this building. This is the last place a lot of people saw their loved ones before they went off to war, and because it was war, this is the last place a lot of people ever saw their loved ones. Now we got into World War II because the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941. On that same day, December 7th, 1941, a day that will live in infamy, the song Chattanooga Choo Choo by Glenn Miller and his orchestra became the #1 song in the country. Stayed number one for 9 weeks, and over the course of 1941, sold 1.2 million copies, making it the first gold record ever made. The term Chattanooga Choo Choo, that originated March 5th of 1880 up in Cincinnati, Ohio. When the first passenger train leaving the station in Cincinnati bound for our first railroad station here, Union Depot, was leaving, somebody up there said, "There goes the Chattanooga Choo Choo." A reporter heard him say it, and he printed it in the newspaper and kind of stuff. But because of Glenn Miller's song, that term became iconic. That term became synonymous with the city of Chattanooga. So synonymous, if you weren't from Chattanooga, Tennessee for many years, just heard the word Chattanooga, the next words going through your head were probably choo-choo. So fast forward to 1970. By 1970, things have changed quite a bit. People flying around in airplanes a lot more, people driving cars, those interstates that just built a lot more. Passenger train traffic here in Chattanooga was almost a thing of the past. Of our 3 different passenger railroad stations we had, in 1970, Terminal Station was the last one remaining open. It's down to 2 trains a day. How many bills do you think 2 trains a day is going to pay here? Pretty much none. So it was time to shut it down. The last passenger train pulled out here on August 11th, 1970, bound for Washington, D.C. Then they shuttered the building, and they were going to tear this place down. Well, fortunately, a group of local businessmen decided to buy it. They built a hotel out behind here. They opened up on April 11th, 1973. They called it the Chattanooga Choo Choo Hilton Hotel and Entertainment Complex. It's not Hilton and Holiday Inn, any of those other names it's had up before. The hotel about 3 years ago separated away from the rest of the property. Moved the front desk and lobby from inside this building back to the hotel building. Moved the train cars back in that direction too. Remodeled everything, rebranded, had a grand reopening about a year and a half ago as the Hotel Chalet at the Choo Choo, making this just a historic Choo Choo. And right here on the front we have 3 restaurants. On the north wing in front of us is Nick and Norman's, owned by Norman Reedus, that plays Daryl Dixon on The Walking Dead, Greg guitar and artist and producer on that show. South wing back here, Frothy Monkey. Great coffee, good food, cool hat. Way down the end with the red umbrellas up front is Stir. Stir, in my opinion, has some of the best food for the money in the city. I didn't say they had the absolute best food. I didn't say they had the cheapest food. I said some of the best food for the money. I also said that was my opinion. You know where else you can buy an opinion? Everywhere. Take my whatever you feel like it's worth. We also have the Comedy Cash, Chattanooga's own dedicated comedy club, Gay Leather Distillery, 50/50 a martini and wine bar. Wonderlinger Brewing Company, an arcade, a caricature artist, an escape room on a train where you can escape from a runaway train. I don't want anybody even thinking about doing that until we get back here, okay? We don't need to go trying to escape from a runaway train on this trip. And the oldest gift shop in town, Sweetly Southern, been here, this place opened up as the Choo Choo back in 1973. It was the same owner the whole time. His name's Don. If you get a chance, stop in and say hi. And there's another restaurant here called Elsie's Daughter. I haven't eaten there. I can't tell you anything about their food. I can tell you one thing about Elsie's Daughter. It's the most hidden restaurant in town. Therefore, I'm not telling you where it's at. They hid it for a reason, and that reason so I can make a scavenger hunt out of it. Go find it. But if you're cheap, you know, use Google Maps. Here's a cheat code for you. Change the settings to walk. Can't drive that. Then what else? Temporarily until the end of the month, right inside these doors, we have a roller skating rink. And tonight, they're going to be having a market out here, the Firefire Twilight Market or something like that. I have no idea what it is. That's about, but it's going to be some sort of market. Okay. Well, since Smith hasn't shown up, and I think that this is just going to bother me. You guys are sitting in a tiny little seat. Move over here. A lot more leg room over here. There you go. If Smith happens to show up before I happen to drive off, they can sit back here. All right. I realize it's a tiny little thing, but I changed the seats in this thing back in January. Well, there was a wheelchair lift back there, but it didn't work, and then it fell out on top of me about a month ago, and it became an anchor, and I had to take it out. But when I changed the seats, I couldn't go any further back because of the wheelchair lift. I need to move those back a little bit now that it's gone. All right. Anybody ever have a 500-pound wheelchair lift fall out of the door on top of them? Not fun. Could have been trapped under that thing. Are you guys ready to go? Okay, since you're not ready to go, we're going to talk about this building some more. So, the Southern Railway System first started building the railroad station here. They put out a request for submissions for design. The architect, his name is Don Barber out of New York City. He had designed this while he was an architecture school in France. He had an assignment to design a railroad terminal suitable for a mid-sized American city. This is what he turned in. Now, I don't know what kind of grade he got. I hope it was a good grade. It's been here for 116 years. I hate to think we have a failing grade here for 116 years. But he submitted this to Southern Railway, and they loved it. They just wanted to make one small change. They wanted inside this building to look exactly like the inside of another building he had designed up in New York City called the National Park Bank. So when you walk in these doors, ignore the skating rink. When you walk in these doors and you look around, you're looking at the lobby of the National Park Bank in New York City prior to them tearing it down in 1961. I'll ask you again. Are you ready to go? Yeah! Sounds better. Sometimes I have to twist some arms. I have had to go through 4 iterations of that before people were like, he'll just talk about this building all day. We won't go anywhere. And finally said, yeah, they want to go. All right. You got all kinds of cooler going on there, don't you? You bring enough for everybody? All right. You didn't know I was going to provide for it, did you? So anyway, we're going to head on out. Okay, so back before they built the terminal station here, back in the 1800s, there was a big grand hotel that stood here called the Stanton House. Now, Mr. Stanton had built his hotel about 1.5 miles from the river and about half a mile from Union Depot, our railroad station at the time. So when Chattanooga got its first trolleys, back in 1874, trolleys on rails pulled by mules, he insisted they come down to his hotel. And these trolleys had a northern terminus up near where the aquarium sits today. The southern terminus became right next to this hotel, probably about where that parking garage is over there. And that same 51-year-old trolley route is in use today by our free electric shuttle. Some people call it the free trolley. See, not that bus that's hanging out there, that's a big bus, but the little bus is up underneath there is the free electric shuttle. Now, I normally suggest people park in the parking garage because first hour is free. After that, it's $4 an hour. It max out $11 for 24 hours. You pay on the way out so you don't have to worry about getting a ticket, boot, or a tow to go over your time. And you know what? You can go right downstairs, hop on a little free electric shuttle, ride up and down the streets downtown all you want. Get on and off as much as you want. Never have to find a new parking spot. Never have to figure out how to pay for that parking. And you never have to worry about getting a ticket, boot, or a tow to go over your time if you're parked in the parking garage. And I think that's a pretty good service our city offers. Not a lot of cities have free transportation downtown. Now, I'd rather have free parking, but I can't always get what I want. But you know, I found that if I try, sometimes I get what I need. Now over here, on your left, this is where the Central Passenger Station stood. After the Southern Railway System tore it down, they built this building in its place as their administrative offices. After they moved out, the FBI moved in. It was the FBI field office here for a while, and now it's residential loss. But Southern Railway didn't tear everything down. They have one building standing, the old baggage storage building for the Central Passenger Station. It's the oldest building in downtown Chattanooga, built in the year 1870. It's now a restaurant called Urban Stack. It's coming up here on your left. Urban Stack's a good little burger restaurant. You go there, burgers and chicken sandwiches, with the exception of veggie and turkey burgers. They also have really good salads and appetizers. So if you want to eat in the oldest building downtown, that's right there on your left. Now a little bit about Chattanooga's prehistory. Before this was Chattanooga, Tennessee, USA. This was the northwest border of the Cherokee Nation. When this was Cherokee Nation, it's down where the aquarium sits today, there's a trading post called Ross's Landing and a ferry called Ross's Ferry. They used the ferry and the trading post to trade across the river with the United States on the other side. Around all that, from 1816 until the Cherokee were forcibly removed from this land in 1838, there was an encampment also called Ross's Landing. Now, all those Ross names are named after a man by the name of John Ross, and I will talk about him a little bit later. But as the Cherokee were being removed, the land being taken away from them was being sold off for $7.50 an acre. That brought a man by the name of Colonel James Anderson Whiteside from Pikeville, Tennessee, to the area to invest in land. And Colonel Whiteside, he liked hills and mountains. He bought the Tennessee portion of Lookout Mountain that's over here to our left. We're going to head down that way. At the very top of Lookout Mountain, there's always been a point up there, but today it's a national military park called Point Park. Well, he called that point Lookout Point. That name eventually spread to the whole mountain, becoming Lookout Mountain. Mountain actually had a different name when he came here. See, the creek had been here before the Cherokee, and they had given it a name that meant rock, rising to a point. And that name was Chattanooga. Now you know where Chattanooga came from. Just a mispronunciation of the rock rising to a point, Chattanooga. I'm glad they mispronounced it. I say Chattanooga a lot, folks. I'd hate to have to say Chattanooga. I don't even know if I'm saying it correctly now. I'd hate to have to say that word every single time I say Chattanooga. I don't think Glenn Miller would have ever sang that song either. Does it roll off the tongue? Well, anyway, when Colonel Whiteside got up there, he found a large rock formation. Large flat rock, sit on top of small rock, sit on top of small rock, sit on top of either small rock. Looked a little bit like an umbrella. So he called it Umbrella Rock. And he hired a photographer to take pictures of people sitting on top of Umbrella Rock. Made them look like they were sitting on the edge of the world. And this became a very popular thing to do. People came from all around, make treks up that mountain, climb on top of that rock, and have their picture made. Now, you can't do this anymore. It's federal property, and the rock is fenced in. But if you'd like to see some of these old pictures, just Google Umbrella Rock, Lookout Mountain, and you'll come up with these pictures. But, so anyway, he built him a hotel to stay in up there. You know, you're tired when you climb a mountain. And he also built him a road to get up there, make it easier. Whiteside Turnpike. It was a toll road. He essentially started tourism industry up on Lookout Mountain back in the 1850s. That tourism industry has never shown any signs of slowing down since. But Colonel Whiteside didn't just come down for a tourism industry and to invest in land. He came here to be a leader and help build the city. His idea of how to build a city and build it the fastest was railroads. And Colonel Whiteside, he was a state representative before he ever moved here. And Chattanooga didn't have any railroads. Tennessee didn't have any railroads. The state of Georgia had 3. And one of those was the Western Atlantic Railroad. Western Atlantic Railroad, he brokered a deal between them and a man here in town by the name of Thomas Crutchfield. For Thomas Crutchfield to donate land to the Western Atlantic Railroad for them to build their railroad depot, Union Depot. And in return for that donation, even before they built Union Depot, they built Thomas Crutchfield a hotel across the street when they were going to build it called the Crutchfield House. Still where the Reed House Hotel stands today from 1847 until it burned down in 1867. Now, after bringing the Western Atlantic Railroad to town, Colonel Whiteside was essentially bringing the East Tennessee Georgia Railroad to town, the National Chattanooga Railroad to town, and the Memphis Charleston Railroad to town. He's truly the father of Chattanooga. Now, the Whiteside family, before the Civil War, were one of a few slave-owning families here in town. And after the Civil War began, Colonel Whiteside died of health reasons. But his widow, Harriet Whiteside, she continued to run operations up on top of the mountain. And after the Battle of Lookout Mountain, she started taking in Confederate refugees. These refugees were rounded up by Union forces, along with Harriet Whiteside, and deported to Indiana, where she spent the rest of the war as a prisoner of war. When she got back, she was broke. She had converted all her money to Confederate money. It was worthless. She also had a hard time getting her land back up there. The paperwork had been destroyed in her absence. After many legal battles, she got that land back, and she raised the toll on the turnpike extremely high, trying to recoup some of that money. And people started complaining. People started filing lawsuits. And when a group of investors got together around 1880, including one of her son-in-laws, and decided to build another hotel up there by Lookout Point. They called it the Point Hotel. Now, they were a little bit dismayed by her charging that extreme toll to their customers and their employees. So they built another way up the mountain. They built an incline railway. Now this incline railway started at the bottom of the mountain, went up to a 27-degree incline, curved around to the right, and went straight up the Lookout Point to the Point Hotel. And it became known as incline number 1. Now, they also built a narrow gauge railroad up on top of the mountain to carry people around up top. Harriet was livid. She finished in Lookout Point and put armed guards around it. If you weren't paying her toll, you weren't going to go on that rock and have your picture made. You'd probably get shot if you tried. Now, not to be outdone, in 1890, Harriet Whiteside had her own hotel built 3 blocks away from the Point Hotel called the Lookout Inn. Bigger, newer, nicer hotel. And in 1895, she financed the second incline railway, incline number 2, to, free car wash. Incline number 2, to take people from the bottom of the mountain straight up to her hotel. And I do mean straight up, folks. Almost a mile long, 72.7 degree incline at its steepest. Today it's known as the Lookout Mountain Incline Railway, or the world's most amazing mile. It is closed temporarily until Monday. It's been closed since December, when there was a big fire on the mountain that spread to the tracks and burned the cable up that connects the 2 cars. And so it's scheduled to open back up Monday. Now, I was coming down here yesterday, and there was a fire on the mountain again yesterday, right there around the same place. I was like, oh God, all this time, and now it's going to be delayed again. But no, apparently it didn't do any damage. So Monday, Incline Railway opens. It's what's called the funicular railway. Man, there's 2 cars that are connected by cable, and they're counterbalanced. One car sits at the bottom sits at the top. When that one at the top starts coming down, the one at the bottom starts going up at the exact same rate. So what I call Chattanooga's closest thing we have to a roller coaster. Yep. Now, incline number 1, if you look over here to your right, started up there on the hill where the chemical manufacturing plant Sanofi is. Incline number 2, the world's most amazing mile, the Lookout Mountain Incline Railway, will be after these next 2 buildings on your right. I'm going to go slow when we get in front of it, so that people on this side can look up and see how steep it goes. As we come out, so people can look at it then. Now, right next door to it is one of 3 locations of Clumpy's Ice Cream. It's our local ice cream chain owned by Rock City. There it is. Everybody Clumpy's while they're in town, especially on days where it's over 90 degrees. Now, the incline car riding on these tracks today, they replaced them back in 2020. The incline car that rides on the tracks today has a clear flat roof, has almost 180 degree visibility, has windows open on the front and the back so that air can flow through. Now, if it's 93 degrees outside, it's 93 degree air flowing through. It does not have air conditioning. I normally suggest winter or spring or fall for riding the incline, but I haven't been able to do that since December, so ride it on Monday. The first chance you get. Now, this incline car sitting up here on the hill to your left, that rode on these tracks from 1986 until 2020. It looks a little bit different because they have a clear flat roof, has windows up top for people to look out of. Doesn't have any windows open anywhere on it. It had air conditioning. And why in the world, after 34 years of air conditioning, would they go away from air conditioning? Well, have you ever tried to maintain an air conditioner for 34 years? And there's your answer, folks. You can't do that. They had more downtime because the air conditioning breaking on these things than they ever will, but not have air conditioning. So let's get back to Harriet Whiteside. In 1897, she bought incline number 1 and the narrow gauge railroad up top. And in 1899, she shut them both down. Give her a monopoly on transportation up and on the mountain once again. And if you learn nothing else from my story about the story of one of the world's oldest and steepest passenger inclines, this is what I want you to take away from it. It was built out of spite. Harriet was a shrewd businesswoman. She was not a nice woman. You don't go from having a fortune, becoming a prisoner of war, losing that fortune, and coming back and amassing another empire without some darn business sense. Why do I say she wasn't nice? Well, she did remarry after Colonel Whiteside died. She married a man who was a lawyer. After not being able to do her bidding in court, she made him start paying rent in his own house. That's very nice, right? Just prior to her death in 1903, only one of her 8 children was even still speaking to her because of how nice she was. Now, this neighborhood that we're in is called St. Elmo. It's one of our 4 historic neighborhoods. It was 1885 as its own town. It's now been annexed by the city of Chattanooga. Now, Colonel Whiteside had a daughter named Thankful Whiteside. Thankful had a friend that came to visit, and they were up on top of the mountain looking out over the city of Chattanooga, and her friend looking out over Naples, Italy from St. Elmo Castle. And she later wrote a book set in this area, published in 1866, titled St. Elmo. And then Thankful, when she got married to Abraham Johnson, they settled this area down here. This is their family farm. But then in 1885, when it became incorporated as its own town, they incorporated it as St. Elmo. Now, being that was right here on the left, we got a great restaurant called the 1885 Grill. Really good food there. Now, up here on the hill where I showed you that chemical manufacturing plant Sanofi was, Sanofi's a big deal. Sanofi started out back in the 1800s as Chattanooga Medicine Company. It became Chattanooga Chemicals for decades. Now, it's Sanofi. Sanofi makes things like Gold Bond medicated powder, Icy Hot, Rolade, Zantac Allegra, Selsun Blue Quash, many other products, including probably most tetanus shots you've ever had in your life. Over here to the right, we got a place called the Naughty Cat Cafe. Just a quick disclaimer, that is not a strip club. It's a place to go and hang out with cats. Got anybody in here that's a cat lover? I got a couple of cat lovers back there. Yeah, you can go in there and hang out with about 30, 40 cats, love on them for about an hour or so. They give you complimentary beer, wine, soda, water, whatever when you pay to go hang out with a cat. And you can adopt as many of them as you want. Doing crazy cat lady overnight. So, back in 1916, there's a man here in town bought a brand new automobile. And he went off for a little drive and went up the side of the mountain and drove off the side of the road into a ditch and got stuck and didn't know what to do. So he contacted his mechanic, a man by the name of Ernest Holmes, had an automobile repair shop downtown. Ernest Holmes goes up there, takes a look at the situation this man got himself into and decided he could do something about it. Went back to his shop, fabricated a system of cables and pulleys, and mounted it on the back of a Cadillac. And drove back up there and hooked up that guy's car, pulled him out of that ditch he was in. In doing so, he had invented the world's very first tow truck. He patented that system and started producing tow trucks right here in Chattanooga the very next year, under the name Holmes Wrecker. Not Home Wrecker, but Holmes Wrecker. Now his patent and his company are responsible for just about every tow truck made for the next 5 to 6 decades. And his grandson Ernest Jr. invented the new system for a tow truck, using a flatbed and hydraulics, the most common thing you see people on the side of the road today. Started his own company called Century Wrecker. Today, the Century Wrecker and the Holmes Wrecker are still produced here in the area by a company called Miller Industries. And because of this history, right here on the left, we've got the International Towing Recovery Hall of Fame and Museum, the longest name ever for towing museum. It is the only towing museum in the world. You can go in that building and get a lot more of this history than I just gave you. See over 20 beautiful tow trucks on display. And visit one of the 2 best gift shops in town, Hattie's on Holmes, not just tow truck trinkets, either wonderful gift shops. I know not a lot of people leave where they live saying, I have to go to Chattanooga because they have that towing museum. There are a few, just not a lot. But while you're in town, I suggest if you find yourself an extra hour and nothing to do, just go visit the towing museum. It doesn't cost a lot to get in. It's well worth every penny they charge. And it's a big part of Chattanooga's history. In fact, it's a big part of our history. If you drive, you should know the value of a tow truck. And if you know the value of a tow truck, you should know the history of the tow truck. Go visit the towing museum. Now, I told you about Chattanooga's first trolleys. Trolleys on rails pulled by mules back in 1874. Well, in 1888, the age of the streetcar began here in Chattanooga. The age of electrification and chaos began here in Chattanooga. There were 7 or 8 different companies in and around town laying down rail streetcars. 3 or 4 of these companies laying down rails downtown. One company built a belt line around the east side of Chattanooga. There were rails that went out to all the suburbs, including Old Fort, Georgia, where young Lieutenant Dwight David Eisenhower get on the trolley on the weekends to ride up on in Chattanooga and ride back on it afterward. There were rails that went out to all the bases of all the hills, mountains, ridges, where there were incline railways. Take people from the bottom to the top of those hills, mountains, ridges, Lookout Mountain, Signal Mountain, Cameron Hill, Missionary Ridge. And then on the ridges of the mountains, more rails with more streetcars going down the length of the ridge of the mountain. 109 miles of streetcar track, with over 100 streetcars running on this track. Here comes the chaos. Not all these companies are buying the same model of streetcar. They look different. Not all these companies running down the same gauge of track. There were different widths between the rails. Not all these companies even using the same method of transmitting electricity to the streetcars. All they truly had in common was the need for electricity. The electricity was provided by the Tennessee Electric Power Company, who had a monopoly on electric power generation at the time. In every case in our history, we have a lot of different companies competing for the same business. You're going to have winners and you're going to have losers, just as Sears and Kmart. The only winner in the case of streetcars here in Chattanooga was the Tennessee Electric Power Company. They had a monopoly on electric power generation. They sold electricity to all these companies. And they eventually owned every single one of them, giving them a monopoly not only electric power generation but also transportation here in Chattanooga, until the Great Depression. The Great Depression began, the Tennessee Valley Authority was formed. And by court order, the Tennessee Valley Authority bought the Tennessee Electric Power Company's power generation division because they were busy building hydroelectric dams all along the Tennessee River. That left the Tennessee Electric Power Company producing absolutely no electric power. They reorganized into a transportation company called Southern Coach Line and continued operating those streetcars. Now, around 1938, they started replacing the streetcars with buses, but then World War II happened, and all the manufacturing became military manufacturing. So no commercial buses being produced. So they took a break, and after the war was over, they resumed replacing the streetcars with buses. The last streetcar pulled into the trolley barn on April 10th of 1947 to be replaced with a bus. And then they continued operating Chattanooga's premier bus service. 3 to 4 decades for finally selling out to our local bus system today, product. Now, we're going to pass by a museum here in a couple of minutes. It's called the Coker Museum. It's a car, motorcycle, tour bus, truck, airplane, bicycle museum. It's all a personal collection of a man by the name of Corky Coker. Now, Corky's father, Harold Coker, back in around 1958, relocated Coker Tire from Athens, Tennessee to Chattanooga, Tennessee. And Harold came up with this idea of buying up the molds for old tires and discontinued so he could make new tires that look like old tires that are more modern materials. So what he called his plastics division. Didn't do much with it. It became about 5% of the company's business. Now Corky, he grew up on the family farm and family business. Now he discovered he liked the animals more than he liked rubber. So when it came time to do something with his life, he decided he didn't want anything to do with the tire business. He wanted to be a veterinarian. So he went off to Middle Tennessee State University to study veterinary medicine. But when he got there, he majored in the 3 B's, banjos, babies, and beer, and failed at veterinary college. So his father told him, son, I'm tired of making all those B's. You need to get your butt back home and get to work. Put to work in that plastics division. Told him to go out and build that business. Well, Corky got out there and went to car shows and restoration shops and realized there is a really big market for these tires. And he did, he built it, but he also got in that community and started collecting. He's been collecting now for about 50 years, and inside this museum right up here, on the left, he has close to somewhere between 100 and 130 vehicles on display at any given time. That's about half of his collection. He's a couple more warehouses in town full. Over 90% of the vehicles Corky owns run. Okay, you got Coker Tire here. And then the museum is this next building over here on your left. There you go. So if you love old cars and motorcycles, you should probably visit the Coker Museum. Now they close at 4 today. They won't open back up until Tuesday. So if you're not going to be here past Tuesday and you really want to visit, I'd head straight over here after you get dropped off at 2:30 over at the Choo-Choo. So remember all those railroads I told you about? They all shared Union Depot, and the tracks going to Union Depot came right through here, and they terminated at Union Depot. And as you come around this curve here, the Bank of America building is going to be reflecting back at us up there. Where the Bank of America building and the UBS building to its right, or we like to call it around here, the old Crystal headquarters building. Where those buildings are, that's where Union Depot stood from the 1850s until they finally tore it down in 1973. Now it was used by the East Tennessee, Georgia, the Western Atlantic, the Memphis, Charleston, the Nashville, Chattanooga, later on the Louisville and Nashville railroads, the L&N. Now at Union Depot from 1891 until 1961, there was a famous Civil War locomotive by the name of the General on display. I'll tell you the story of the General, the story of the great locomotive chase, story of Andrew's Raiders on the way back from the Railroad Museum. So across the street from where Union Depot stood, across the street on the other side of the Bank of America building, across what was M.L. King Boulevard, now it was 9th Street back then. That's where the Crutchfield House was built. And after the Crutchfield House burned down in 1867, they built a 3-story office building in its place. And in 1871, Dr. John T. Reed purchased that office building, converted it into a 47-room hotel. In 1926, his son Samuel Reed rebuilt it into a 10-story, 250-room hotel that you can see right there in front of us. It's actually over 400 rooms today. They built more on the backside around 1959. On that land between the two Reed houses and the, well, let me go ahead and tell you a little bit more about the Reed House stuff. So, the Reed House Hotel, one form or another, has been standing there, has been open every single night. Never closed one single night since January 1st of 1872. Not during numerous floods, like when Chattanooga had a very, very bad flooding problem before they built the Chickamauga Dam during the Great Depression. Never closed one night. Not during 6 pandemics, COVID, cholera, yellow fever, Spanish flu, smallpox, polio. Never closed one night. Now on that land between the two Reed houses and the Crutchfield House that stood there, has slept General Ulysses S. Grant, Edwin Booth, the brother of John Wilkes Booth, the shot President Lincoln, Jefferson Davis, President of the Confederate States of America, Winston Churchill, Ronald Reagan, Richard Nixon, Elvis Presley, Gary Cooper, Betty Grable, Walt Disney, Oprah Winfrey, Dolly Parton, and Prince. Artist formerly known as Prince. So, back in 1931, Al Capone stayed there. He'd actually been caught. He was being put on trial for tax evasion. And his security details transported for that trial between Chicago and Miami. They decided to stop in Chattanooga for a little while. Instead of putting out in front of the local jail, they ran out the entire 3rd floor of the Reed House Hotel, put bars on the outside of room 311's windows, and that's the room they stuck Al Capone in. Well, room 311 is a haunted room. That's why they chose that room. They asked him when he came out the first morning, they said, "Hey Al, did you see or hear anything strange in there last night?" He said, "No." They said, "You didn't see any ghosts?" He said, "I wish I'd seen a ghost." He said, "You'll get your chance. You'll stay a few more nights." That's when he told him, he said, "I'd prefer not to stay in that room again." Now you can take away from that what you will, folks, but I think he had an encounter. Not with a ghost, but an encounter nonetheless. See, I've been in the room. They don't rent it out anymore. They do complimentary tours of it daily. If you'd like to see the haunted room, just tell them at the front desk of the Reed House you'd like to see it. They'll put you on a list of people that are waiting to go see it, and they'll do their best to get you in there. Now, I've been on those complimentary tours. I didn't see a ghost. I saw what I perceived to be a very lumpy bed, and that's what I think Al Capone had an encounter with. It was a very lumpy bed. I wouldn't want to stay in there either. You know, on the other side of the river, there's a bakery. It's called the Chattanooga Bakery. It's been around since 1902. By 1916, the Chattanooga Bakery is making over 100 different products. And in 1917, they did a new product, 2 4-inch round graham cracker stuff with marshmallow fluff dipped in chocolate. They called that a moon pie. They were selling these moon pies for a nickel back in the 1920s and 30s. 1940s, people started buying them by the cases and shipping them overseas to the troops. It became such a popular treat they couldn't keep up with the demand for moon pie and all the other products, so they discontinued all the other products. only continue making moon pie. And there's different sizes and flavors today, but it's still just moon pie. They make over 1 million of them a day in the Chattanooga bakery today. And they've never made one anywhere else. But you know what? If you're like me, and you don't like marshmallow quite that much, I really don't. My favorite sweet spot is actually coming up here on our right-hand side in this corner up here. It's called the Cupcake Kitchen. Man, they have a great chocolate raspberry cupcake. I hear they have other flavors, but I've never tried another flavor. I tried the chocolate raspberry cupcake. I tried it a lot. But yeah, my wife says they have other good flavors. She's tried several. She also says that she likes their tiramisu. So yeah, they have other stuff besides cupcakes too. Okay, we got a ship's captain over there, I think. Maybe not the captain. Okay, as we cross this next street, this next block's full of stuff. Used to have the Moon Pie General Store on it. They closed down about 3 months ago. They said they were moving. Nobody's ever figured out where they moved to. But that was right here. Now I think that when they did close down, that the Life is Good store, which is kind of next door to it here, I think they took their stock of moon pies and all this swag and everything. So I think you can get all that there now. Now over here on your left, you got the Pinball Museum. For one low price, you can play pinball all day long, go in and out as much as you want. You can go out and go get some lunch, go back and play more pinball. You can come out and right here next to Five Guys on your left and to Ignis Glass Studio and watch them blow glass absolutely free, or make yourself your own one-of-a-kind piece of their help, and then go back and play more pinball. Go down to the Cupcake Kitchen, get yourself a snack, go back and play more pinball. If you're hungry for dinner, maybe go down to Mayan Kitchen, my favorite Latin American restaurant. They got Mexican and Guatemalan food. Or if you're really, really hungry, before you get to the Mayan Kitchen, just across the street from it, is the Rodizio Grill, the Brazilian steakhouse. You know what they'll do there? They'll just keep bringing meat as long as you'll keep eating it. And then go back to the hotel and sleep it off because you're eating way too much. And up here at the end of the road, in front of us, a big brick building with glass peaks on the top. That's the River Jury building in the Tennessee Aquarium. There's another one smaller than that over to the right, the Ocean Jury building. Now the River Jury building was first those two buildings opened up back in 1992. It was the largest aquarium in the United States when it first opened up. Today that title now goes to the Georgia Aquarium down in Atlanta. So the River Jury building is a freshwater aquarium. It's the largest freshwater aquarium in the world. So yeah, we have some pretty big bragging rights as far as our aquarium goes. This restaurant here, the Riverport Grill, is actually pretty excellent. Really love their stored fish in there. And here's where the free electric shuttle comes through down here on this end. Up above there, there's an outdoor rock climbing wall. Belongs to High Point Climbing Gym down below. On this side of there, if you look, you'll see Mellow Mushroom Pizza's awnings in the shape of bottle caps. Those are there to pay homage to Coca-Cola bottling because that building right there on your left is where Coca-Cola bottling was at from the 1930s until 1970. The first location of the Coca-Cola bottling company is about a mile away over what is now called Patton Parkway, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. Over here on your left, in between us and the aquarium, at the back side of Puckett's, you'll see the National Medal of Honor Heritage Center over there. National Medal of Honor Heritage Center is located in Chattanooga, Tennessee, because Chattanooga, Tennessee is considered the birthplace of the Medal of Honor. The first 52 Medals of Honor ever awarded were awarded for acts of valor committed within 25 miles of where you sit right now. And we'll talk about some of those on the way back from the Railroad Museum. Right now I want to talk about the next two buildings you're going to see on your right-hand side. This first building here on your right, this is the old trolley barn. That's where you used to maintain and repair the streetcars when they weren't in use. The next building on your right, it's all fenced off right now. That was a stable, so mule-drawn trolleys. But now, Drury Hotels is going to build a hotel there. So I'm thinking that historic building is going away. It looks like they're up top there right now with sledgehammers starting to tear it down. That's a sad thing. 1880 is when that thing was built. Over here on the left, where this parking garage is, that's where Ernest Holmes' automotive shop was. That's where he invented the tow truck over here on your left. Now, back in 1899, there were two young lawyers here in Chattanooga by the name of Ben Thomas and Joseph Whitehead. And they went down to Atlanta, Georgia. And they met Asa Candler on Coca-Cola at the time. They pitched him the idea of bottling Coca-Cola. Now, Ace Candler, he didn't like the idea. He thought that Coca-Cola should be mixed fresh on the fountain and served in the drugstore, just like it always had been. He also didn't think very much of these two guys' ability to do what they said they wanted to do. So, I'm sure they'd fail if they tried. So how did these guys get the rights to bottle Coca-Cola then? Well, they were extremely persistent. They kept going down to Atlanta and kept talking to Ace Candler about it. And he finally sold them the rights to bottle Coca-Cola, but because he didn't want them to waste their money on something that he was sure they were going to fail at, he sold them those rights for $1 each. $2 whole dollars. Now, but because he had so little faith in their ability, he didn't even bother to collect that $1 from each of them. He ended up with the rights to bottle Coca-Cola without spending a penny. Turned out Ace Candler was right. They didn't have what it took to make that happen. They didn't have enough money to open up their first Coca-Cola bottling plant. So they found another investor, a man by the name of John T. Lupton. You know, with John T. Lupton's money in there is they opened the first Coca-Cola bottling plant about 5 blocks to our right for $7,500. And then they sold 75 bottles of Coca-Cola for $0.05 a piece the first year. Now, I'm not a math genius, but I've done the math on this one. Follow along with me. 75 bottles times $0.05 in a year equals they were going out of business. So they came up with another idea. Franchising out Coca-Cola bottling companies across the United States. Now, that's where they found the real success. It's also where Ace Candler started taking notice. And remember things quite a bit differently. All of a sudden, he didn't sell them the rights to bottle Coca-Cola indefinitely. Those rights were supposed to be coming back to Coca-Cola. But he didn't get in writing. It went to court, and the court decided that the Coca-Cola bottling company, headquartered in Chattanooga, Tennessee, had the exclusive right to bottle Coca-Cola indefinitely, and the Coca-Cola Corporation, headquartered down there in Atlanta, Georgia, they had the right and responsibility to provide the product to go in those bottles indefinitely, and that's the way things stood for a long, long time. We'll get back to Coca-Cola bottling in a little while. Right now, we've got 3 cemeteries coming up on here. Coming here on our right-hand side, the Citizen Cemetery here, the oldest, creepiest cemetery in town. After we pass through the traffic light up here, it's going to be a stone wall to our right. Behind that will be a Confederate cemetery. We don't officially have Confederates buried in a national cemetery. There are a couple of Confederate cemeteries for them. And then the last one down there, the brick wall in front, would be the Adolph Oaks Jewish Cemetery. Now, across the street over here on the left-hand side, the Chattanooga School for the Arts and Sciences, as it's called today, was originally a school called Wyatt Hall. There was also Erlanger Nursing School, Chattanooga High School, and during segregation, it was Riverside High School. Riverside High School, the alma mater of Chattanooga's most famous celebrity, Samuel L. Jackson. Yeah, Samuel L. Jackson. Graduated from school back there. Over here on your right, locomotive 349 is the oldest locomotive in the city, built in 1891. And it sits out there as a conduit, and children check in there into that outpatient center to check into a train station, not a medical facility. At the bottom of the hill, there's a baseball stadium on the right-hand side called Ingle Stadium, named after Joe Ingle, the longtime owner of our Chattanooga Lookout, also known as the PT Barnum of baseball. Lookouts played down here from 1930 until 1999, and Joe Ingle would do anything to sell tickets to the stadium. He used to raffle off cars. He once raffled off a house with a brand new car in the garage. He also arranged exhibition games. One of these exhibition games in 1931, he got the New York Yankees to come here between spring training and regular season to play against his Lookouts. On the mound for the Lookouts in the first inning of that game was Chattanooga's very own 17-year-old Jackie Mitchell. Jackie Mitchell struck out Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig back-to-back. He never played against another major league player. A couple of days later, the commissioner of baseball held a big press conference to address controversy over this game. He made a bold statement, changed the future of baseball forever. He said, "That's it. No more women in baseball. It's just too dangerous." Jackie Mitchell is the only woman in the Baseball Hall of Fame today for what she did in the first inning of that game back in 1931. Right there in Ingle Stadium on the National Register of Historic Places, using the movie 42, the Jackie Robinson story, also home to a Negro League team, the Chattanooga Choo-Choos, the first professional team of a 16-year-old Willie Mays. Now over here to your right, behind that gymnasium, is the Chattanooga Zoo. A very small zoo, but mighty little zoo. They do a great job with the limited amount of space they have. In front of us is Missionary Ridge. Missionary Ridge played a very important role during the Civil War. The first half of the Civil War, the Confederate Army controlled Chattanooga. Well, September 5th of 1863 is when the Union Army occupied Chattanooga. Well, a couple weeks later, down just south of here, Chickamauga, Georgia, the Battle of Chickamauga was fought. The Confederate Army technically won that battle, but failed in one of their missions, pushing the Union Army away from Chattanooga. The Union Army retreated from the Battle of Chickamauga, right back into an unprotected Chattanooga, which prompted the Confederate Army to lay siege to the city. November 23rd of 1863, a battle was fought right up here on our right, up on a hill called Orchard Knob. It's a national military park today. This battle was fought between Major General George Thomas's troops, the Rock of Chickamauga as they called him, of the Union Army, and General Braxton Bragg's troops of the Confederate Army. General Thomas's troops won the battle easily, and seeing how easily his troops had been defeated, General Bragg sent word over to Lookout Mountain to General Patrick Claiborne and told him he needed help to that Missionary Ridge. So that night, the majority of the troops went from Lookout Mountain to Missionary Ridge, and seeing this troop movement, General Ulysses S. Grant sent word over to Major General Joseph Hooker to attack Lookout Mountain. So the following morning, November 24th of 1863, the Battle of Lookout Mountain began. The battle above the clouds, they called it. And General Hooker and his troops won that battle. Well, the next morning, Major General Williams Tecumseh Sherman and his troops started attacking the north end of Missionary Ridge, kind of to our left and behind us. Now they were being repelled by the Confederate troops, and General Hooker and his troops, they were making their way from Lookout Mountain over to Missionary Ridge. And General Thomas's troops were ordered to attack the rifle pits at the base of Missionary Ridge. Now they were not ordered to continue going up the ridge, but they did. They were carried away. And General Grant had not given that order, so he got a little bit upset. He looked at General Thomas and said, "Mr. Thomas, is this your idea?" General Thomas said, "No, sir." He said, "Well, it better work for your sake." Now, it did work. They sent the Confederate Army retreating down the backside of Missionary Ridge down toward Ringgold, Georgia, where the Battle of Ringgold Gap would be fought 2 days later. But the day in between was Thursday, November 26th of 1863. It was Thanksgiving. It's the first of our modern Thanksgivings. In fact, October 3rd of that year is when President Lincoln declared that from then on, the last Thursday of every November would be a day of Thanksgiving. And it stayed the last Thursday of every November until about 1940, when President Franklin Delano Roosevelt changed it for Christmas shopping reasons to the fourth Thursday of every November. But that first Thanksgiving, after those 3 victories in 3 days, the Union Army took a break. They didn't fight a battle that day. They took a break to celebrate Thanksgiving. They celebrated their victories. A group of officers, a bunch of generals and colonels and stuff, got together, and somebody passed out victory cigars. They all lit their cigars, enjoyed those, enjoyed a good Thanksgiving. In the goal, they were cleaning up. And General Sherman, he grabs that box of matches off the table. And then a couple of months later, he launched his campaign south to the sea from the top of Missionary Ridge, burning everything along the way until he ran out of matches in Savannah, Georgia. Now we'll talk about Sherman a little bit on the way back. Not much, but a little bit. Right now, let's go back to Coca-Cola bottling. Now, so back in 1904, Ben Thomas, a nephew of his, named George Hunter, coming out from Maysville, Kentucky, and help out with that new business, Coca-Cola bottling. Well, George came down and never left. And in 1920, after Ben Thomas's death in 1914, his widow, Ann Taylor Thomas, she purchased a big mansion up on the bluff overlooking the river. The mansion was built in 1904 and designed by Abram Garfield, the youngest son of President James Garfield. And when she died, she left that mansion to her nephew, George Hunter. When he died, he left a foundation that he started in his uncle's name called the Benwood Foundation. They in turn donated it to the Art Association of Chattanooga for the purpose of becoming an art museum. So in 1952, the George Hunter Art Museum opened, just a mansion in the yard. Since then, they built 2 more floors underneath the mansion, 2 more buildings, one on either side of the mansion. So they had houses one of the largest collections of American art in the country, now called the Hunter Museum of American Art. It's one of 2 crown jewels sitting upon our Tennessee River downtown. The other being the Tennessee Aquarium. And it's a high point of culture for the city of Chattanooga, but I'd like to say a big thank you to the Coca-Cola Bottling Company. Well, this is where I give you a break from me for a couple of minutes. I'm going to be quiet until we get to the other side of the tunnel. I have the Trail of Tears on the other side. Until then, enjoy the silence. Alrighty, welcome to the other side of Missionary Ridge. Welcome to Brainerd Road, named after the Brainerd Missions of Cherokee. We're here with the Cherokee from 1817 until they left with the Cherokee on the Trail of Tears in 1838. Now, long before it's called Brainerd Road, long before Brainerd Mission was even here, this is an ancient path that went all the way from Mobile Bay to Albany, New York, called the Great War Path. And it was called that by the Long Knot. It was used by the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, the Creek, the Cherokee, the Chickamauga, Iroquois Confederation, the Algonquin, and many others. Through the attempt of a Scottish trader by the name of John MacDonald to the area. Now, John MacDonald came here, he started doing some trading with the Cherokee on the Great War Path. He met a girl, half Scottish, half Cherokee, named Anna Shorey. And, yeah. So, they fell in love, got married, and had a child, a girl they named Molly. A while later, another Scottish trader comes to the area named Daniel Ross. Now, when Daniel Ross meets John MacDonald, they start doing some trading together. He also meets his daughter Molly. They fall in love and get married and have their own children. Now, their third child, their first male child, they named him after his grandfather, named him John. Yep, that'd be John Ross. Now, if you follow the genealogy there, you realize John Ross was only 1/8 Cherokee. He was 7/8 Scottish. He barely spoke the Cherokee language. He spoke in English. He was highly educated. His father, Daniel Ross, Scottish trader, insisted on that. And he understood the legal system in the United States. He had every quality the Cherokee were looking for in 1828 when they elected him as principal chief. He looked like a white man, sounded like a white man, was educated like a white man, could be taken seriously by white men, and can navigate the legal system. Yep. Those are important qualities because of what was going on around the time. President Andrew Jackson was also elected in 1828. President Jackson had run on a campaign removing all the Indians from the eastern part of the United States out to what they called Indian Territory, on the other side of the Mississippi River, Arkansas, Oklahoma area. That concerned the Cherokee. Cherokee had already made treaties with the United States. George Washington and Thomas Jefferson to assure something like this would never happen to them. Now, 1828 is also the year that gold was found in Cherokee land, in what is now Dahlonega, Georgia. The purest gold in the world, at 98.7% pure gold. Now, the state of Georgia always had a big problem having another nation within the boundaries of their state. They made all sorts of laws trying to harass Cherokee, trying to get them moved so they could take their land. That did not get any better when that gold was found. In fact, that got a lot worse when the gold was found. And a lawsuit was filed against the state of Georgia by a missionary on behalf of the Cherokee. It's also went all the way to Supreme Court. The Supreme Court made their decision in 1829. Chief Justice John Marshall read the decision. That decision basically said that the Cherokee, although protected by the Constitution of the United States, are still a sovereign, independent nation. The borders are to be respected, These laws being made by the state of Georgia are unconstitutional. Now, that should have been the end of it. But President Jackson was quite a bit different than the 6 presidents before him. Instead of enforcing Supreme Court decisions, he decided to make a speech where he said John Marshall's made his decision, let him enforce it. I mean, he wasn't going to. He also knew that the Supreme Court not enforce it. See, the Supreme Court couldn't enforce anything back then. They can't enforce anything now. They don't have an army. So the state of Georgia, they heard something completely different in those words. This is what the state of Georgia heard. You're doing a good job. I'm not going to interfere. You go ahead and carry on. So they made another new law. This new law prohibited the Cherokee from gathering any large groups for any reason other than discussing giving up their land is punishable by death, folks. Cherokee couldn't even have the Grand Council meeting or the capital of New Echota, around where Calhoun, Georgia is today. They moved the Grand Council meeting to a place called Red Clay, just over the Tennessee state line to the east of Chattanooga. When they held that Grand Council meeting, they split into 2 different groups. There was the John Ross Party, and there was the Treaty Party. There's always a group willing to give up, right? So the Treaty Party, about 500 Cherokee, they didn't believe the Cherokee was going to be able to stay on their land no matter how hard they tried. They wanted to go ahead and sign a treaty with the United States and at least get something for that land. The John Ross Party, the rest of the Cherokee, about 16,000 of them, disagreed. They were not going to sign a treaty. But in 1835, about 100 members of the Treaty Party snuck down to New Echota in the middle of the night. They met with representatives of the United States, and 17 of those men who had been plotting this all along, all called chiefs. They signed an illegal treaty behind John Ross's back, giving their 7 million plus remaining acres of land in the east for land in the west and $5 million. And John Ross had previously turned that exact same deal down because he believed there was at least $20 million for the gold of the Cherokee land. I believe he was right. I went down to Dahlonega about a month ago. Did some panning for gold. Got a few little places. But anyway, there is one mine down there still mining for gold. This is 190 years later, almost. I believe he was right. So anyway, he had already turned that deal down. He was very upset by this treaty. He gathered the signatures of all the Cherokee that opposed the treaty, headed off to Washington, D.C. with about 16,000 signatures. Now remember, Congress had 17 signatures. He held that there were 16,000 signatures. And he tells them, you have entered into an illegal treaty with unauthorized parties and therefore you cannot enforce it. And he was right. They weren't unauthorized parties because the Cherokee had a law in their constitution called the Blood Law. It stated that any Cherokee that disposed of Cherokee land without the approval of the National Council would be executed. And they did it without the approval of the National Council. They committed treason in this act. And so he's met with a response of, we have Cherokee signatures on paper. We have enough votes in the Senate to ratify it. We can and we will enforce it. And they did. They ratified the treaty by one single vote in 1836. Gave the Cherokee 2 years in which to migrate west. During those 2 years, the Treaty Party migrated about 400 or 500 Cherokee. Well, you know, they had just committed treason, and some of them were facing execution, so they got out of town. The rest of the Cherokee didn't even think of leaving. In 1838, President Martin Van Buren basically said time's up and gave orders to remove the Cherokee. They started gathering up Cherokee from every place they could find them, pulled them out of their houses, whipped them, grabbed their personal belongings, their pets. Cherokee forced the watches of the houses were looted, and their personal belongings were auctioned off right in front of them. Take a guess who got the money. That's all I can say. Take a guess, because nobody knows. It definitely wasn't the Cherokee. They were forced to watch as their pets were killed right in front of them. And then they were brought to what they call staging camps, what I call internment camps on the Tennessee and Hiawassee rivers. One of those camps was Ross's Landing, right there where the aquarium stands today. And once they have all rounded up in these camps, they're loading up the hundreds of wagons and a few boats. When they whip in the wagons and boats, forced to walk at the at bayonet point all the way to Indian Territory. Close to 800 miles. Over 16,000 Cherokee began this journey. An estimated 4,000 of them died along the way. A quarter of the Cherokee Nation wiped out without a battle being fought. Cherokee's words to this translate to the trail where we cried. For that reason, we call it trail tears. And believe me, in learning about this and reading the first-hand accounts of this that I've read, I've shed my own tears. So if I sound passionate about it, there's a reason. So anyway, we'll be able to Tennessee Valley Railroad in about a minute. When we get there, I'm going to pull up, and there's going to be a paved walkway. There's going to be a brick building on your right-hand side. There's going to be a paved walkway leading up to it. You go into the door of Grand Junction, is what they call it. Go in that door. On the left-hand side of that room, there is a ticket booth. Looks like an old-time train station ticket booth. I need one person from each group. One person from each group walk up to the ticket booth. I don't need all 19 of you walking up there. One person from each group walk up to the ticket booth. Tell them, I'm with the trolley tour and how many people are in your group. They're going to hand you tickets to get on the train. Boarding passes, if you will. Those tickets will be punched by the conductor as you get on the train. It's part of the experience, folks. You're not going to get on the train without them. So how do you get them? You walk up to the ticket booth, say, I'm with the trolley tour, and tell them how many tickets you need. Okay? Pretty simple. Now those tickets are also good to get you into the exhibit building. Now the exhibit building is quite a ways away. It's actually on the other side of the parking lot. Now the exhibit building is small. It's got a lot packed into it. I think you can do the exhibit building in about 15-20 minutes. Tops. Now there's also inside Grand Junction a deli, a dining room where you can eat food that you get at the deli, a gift shop where you can buy souvenirs or gifts, and then there's outside there is a display yard full of dining cars, sleeper cars, freight cars, cabooses, few locomotives, all sorts of things. If you decide to go out to the display yard, don't climb on anything and stay out of the roped off areas, please. Those roped off areas are working trains that can possibly move at any moment. Now, I cannot guarantee the time that you'll have after the train comes back. The train is due to come back around 1:30, 1:35. They will leave at 12:30. So I cannot guarantee the time that you have when the train comes back. Because it sometimes comes back late. So I can't control that. What I can control is time you have before the train. You see your train's due to leave at 12:30. And right now it is 11:39. So by the time you get in there and get your tickets, you're going to have about 45 minutes. Right? Yeah. You're going to have about 45 minutes to go do what... I'm not going to tell you how to do it. But you got about 45 minutes. Now I will need you back on the trolley by 2:05. 5 minutes after 2. The trolley will be parked. I want you to look to your left. There's a wooded area over there. That's the picnic area. I call it the shade. That's where the trolley's going to be parked. Now, to the left of that, there's a walkway that leads over to the exhibit building, big brown steel building over there. It says authorized vehicles only. I think I'm authorized. Who's to say I'm not? Thing kind of looks like a train, doesn't it? But yeah, I need you to get back on here by 2:05 with everything you get off with. Now, I did see somebody out there rolling around with a golf cart, like I said earlier. If you can get a golf cart over to the picnic area where I'm parked, that's great. If you're not over there by 2:05, I will assume you're over here waiting, and I'll come back over here and pick you up. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, you guys go enjoy.
Alright guys, we're here. I hope you guys catch all of that on the trolley ride. Yeah. Let's go look around. See where we can. Nah.
Hi, how are you?
Really cool. What? Good.
Do you want something to eat?
Anything else for you?
Sure.
1306.
I don't know what they have.
Cinnamon roll, cookies.
Would you like your receipt?
Just
Right. Chips are right here. Now machines are around the corner. Lids and straws are out there. And she'll get that ready for you, okay?
Nah, I think I already.
How are you guys?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My bad.
No?
Nah.
You sure you don't want something to drink?
I
need to get some caffeine.
I do. I said.
Okay.
Which color do you want?
Blue.
Blue? Just one?
Two.
Two? You want two blues?
No, give me an orange, please. That way I know which one's which.
Gotcha.
$13.
Drink machine's right around the corner, okay? And here's the lids for those. I forgot they moved them back here.
You What?
Here, I'll take it.
Do you want chips? What?
All I got was drinks.
Yeah. They got boots.
Yes.
We were at the. We're right there. Looks like you all in my pocket. I think I'll. Let's sit first. Yeah, I'm fine. Oh. You know, it changed color. Yeah.
Get ready for that stream.
Yeah. I'm good.
But it's not a real flower. It's a pretend flower. Can't walk around the tree.
Okay.
So the ride begins at 12:15. All and I got the tickets. We're here.
I better eat something.
Good.
Yeah, sugar or something.
Good.
Would you like to go?
Yeah.
To see anything you wanted to go see?
Maybe the Medal of Honor Museum? Or the Towing Museum?
Or the what?
The Towing Museum?
You want to go see it?
Yeah. What? You watched it? No. Mine's still working. Okay. Yeah. Just saturate. Nothing interesting. Because of the Thomas stuff.
There's a t-shirt in there.
Yeah. 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 They got a picture of the big boy. They got a painting of the big boy. It's like, yeah. No thanks. I'll save these for later.
You want to run to the restroom before? Then you can come back and share this stuff. While I go.
Yeah. Yeah. What you want also? I'm back.
This right here, okay. I'll be right back.
I got it. So chat, I'm gonna take some time. Hello, Bear says hi. What's up, Maria? Happy birthday, Maria. So at like 12:15, I'm heading out to. I'm going on to a train ride to the mountain. I hope you guys caught the history back there on the trolley. So we are doing the haunted walk, as long as my phone doesn't die, which I'm going to be charging it. Other than that, we're going to do some extra stuff after this. After train, we're going to do some extra stuff, maybe the Metal Water Heritage or the Towing Museum. What do you guys want me to do?
Let's go back to the gift shop real quick. So we're gonna order
Better get back. Yeah.
pick it up by the lid. No. I'm gonna throw the sack away.
Right there on the other side of the machine.
I got it. Yeah.
So, those are the different t-shirts that I have.
Yeah. Maybe the blue one.
You like the blue one?
Yeah. Well, that's good.
Yeah, that's good. These are shit.
All the way.
You see anything?
Have a fire phone.
How much are your t-shirts? Those are $22.50. Not bad.
A hat?
Thank you guys for coming in. It'll be 25 of them. No, is it just a round? It's round.
Sure. Yeah.
Is it too hot out here?
I think it's fine. Still got the tickets.
Yep, get on the plane, plane, train, automobiles, I don't know what we're doing right now.
Train.
Train.
We got like
3 minutes.
minutes. Good way to cover your ears.
Attention museum guests, the Missionary Ridge Local is now arriving. We invite you onto the platform to watch the arrival. For your safety, please remain off all tracks and behind all yellow lines. If you have small children, please take them by the hand at this time. If you have not yet checked in or purchased your tickets, please see the ticket agents at the ticket office. We hope you enjoy your visit today and want to thank you for riding with the Tennessee Valley Rail Museum.
Yo, chat. If you guys are watching with headphones in, you might want to volume to a low level. Trust me. Yeah. Oh, shit. Look at that beauty. Check this out, Jack. we heard the whistle up close, so that's why I warned you guys to turn on your volume. I guess I was wrong. Just wait until everyone's off. Right here.
You're going with it. I'm safe. I got one. I got a ticket to get on here today. Too bad you won't be riding in it. Watch the step, please. How you doing, my friend? Good. All right, there you go. All right. Hey, how you doing? We got hold. See where y'all want to go.
About to right here. Yeah. Does that make you sick? Yeah. Sure. Yeah. We can stay here. Yeah. Yeah. Let's stay here. Let's stay here. Yeah.
Do you want to be this or keep going?
Now you're the most excited. Where do you want to be?
I mean, if you want to move to the mid car, unless you want to move to the front or the middle. Okay. Yeah. Nah, I'm not sure. Let's just, you know what? No, let's just stay here. Sorry. Sorry. It's. We're going backwards anyway, I think. No. No, I mean, we're like, oh, thought we were. I'm fine right here. Are you okay? I'm fine. Really, I'm fine. Yeah, it's much cooler here and yeah.
Oh, you want it here? This is what he wants.
I'm sure. sitting here.
There's a good smile.
I just wanted to, like, I wanted Addie to have a window, and I wanted her to be able to.
Doesn't it feel so much better?
1,000.
You know, having windows down or like create a little bit of stress with things.
Yeah, I also worry, like, our kid that fell out of the Disney cruise portal window, they're fine. But, like,
Okay,
kids
my smile
fall
is
out, like,
terrible.
there's, like, 5 of them, and the dad saw
My smile is bad.
4 stories up, and the dad jumped over.
This, the teeth.
Yes, it's 25 and left.
You know, let that kid
Yeah, my teeth.
I didn't even think you could. I mean, I was scenery horrible for this little one.
Hey, I'm really a good
He'll go up and then what happens, Will, some power tools to get him out of that one. Yeah. But like the but it was the like in the Little Mermaid when Flounder and stuff. Yeah, that's Eli. So Angelica was saying that if Eli tried to go do one of those stuff, and power tools to get him out. I said, yeah, kind of like Flounder and Little Mermaid.
You got through it.
You could go through it. Yeah. Oh, Flounder did? Yeah.
Flounder did.
With the little wiggle. I think it was because Ariel liked
Shark, yeah.
How about we just try these? Does this work?
Like Pumbaa.
Yeah, like Pumbaa under the log.
Yeah.
What?
He's got a smile. Yeah. It's just potential energy for future months.
You want to go to sleep to be better?
It's more dense than energy better.
Give him a little more
Both.
space.
He starts running.
Sorry, we have 2, and I'm like, yeah, it would be better. I'm scared.
Hello, are you in training? He is. Yes. You're not focused, are you? You're not focused at all. Because I talked to you, too. Yes, I know. I talked to you.
Well, he's loose leash, so he's doing buddy.
What's your name?
Come on, bud. Has grill spurs. Yeah, just encouragement. So, don't buy tickets that are like. But I bought them because I was like, there's no way else in the league is under super. And I don't want to have
Okay, so we need some
I'll just like,
Mary will love this picture of a nice tight spot on a train. Let's go. Head up, please.
Yeah, if you want to save your pigment, I'll put it in.
Yeah, there we go.
I appreciate it.
How about, take the ticket out and start covering the paper?
Like, why is it doing this? I told him about it. He saw you when he woke up and he was waving.
Let's go. Look at that.
Yeah, we got it.
Sorry, Cindy, you got the.
You want some water? You.
Okay, take water.
It's good. Seats are comfy.
I'm looking down. Like.
oh my goodness, look at the train scooter. We're moving.
There we go. Oh my gosh, so.
If you guys need to set stuff here, you can. That I'll give you. Okay. Oh, great. Buddy, what is going on?
What?
You want to move back? Do you guys want this 4 set?
Yeah.
So you're together?
That's yeah. Thank you.
Are you guys okay moving?
Okay. If anything, I'd go outside and get married.
No. I already have your first turn.
Hurry up, girls.
Hurry up.
Wherever you want, and Poppy and I'll sit around you guys.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
You don't want to sit? You can sit back for video.
I'm gonna take this side.
You want that side?
Yeah. Oh. Oh. Yeah.
There's 4 seats back here in total. I think 3 maybe.
Right here.
What?
Not like in front of the train, but like in front of a still one. And then just have people sit on the train. I've seen that forever. I forgot all about that picture. I do have it. He looks like he's pictures hanging around, but I love that reputation on him. So we allow, I got you. You're messing on the trains.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you go back,
Do you want to swap? Oh, we can.
or like, I mean, it's probably more.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean,
Told you.
This is now part of the deal. Y'all want to
I told you we were going backwards.
Yeah, he did not know what about this is all about. Well, Mary will love this because she said something about super tight spaces and the reaction in super tight spaces. I wouldn't think he would have better reaction. He likes to be in a small space. Oh, is that the one you have together? He really is liking it.
You okay? Yeah. You like going backwards? What the?
That was you. He could probably put that to your tablet. Hey, player! So we passed it, probably passed it on the way back. Follow along with the first space papers and see photographs of the week. If they do that, you have an album photo.
They had more, but like, this was far and away the best.
That video takes them like 4, 5, 6 years to really put them.
Yeah, I never got a link. I would love to link. If you've got this, and a lot of them, they have to ride on public transportation because obviously some people aren't driving subway or anything like that. Yeah. And Ebony had to go on a metro, a bus, and walk. To get to her work.
Got guys act together. And we got,
In Mexico City, can you imagine how awful that would be? Because that's the population.
She would eat like a half a clamshell.
and they're like $4 or $5. He's probably got like 4 or 5 papers. They already paid themselves.
Oh, he just saw a bird. The smoke coming out of the stack. So they had to back up so they could get on the train. You run a spur. See a whole beat through there.
Yeah, I can see the engine.
Well, there's smoke.
Probably cold. I don't know.
That might be what it was. You get like that, these crowd of buzz. No matter how straight
Well, I guess you were right. We are going forward.
Yes, I was like, we're not gonna do all the money necessary. We're not gonna like give it the max. Like the min-max.
Oh, I got my foot
We're not gonna
going
max out.
out.
Even if you get 50 pounds of kiwis,
We get 20 pounds.
And this way he gets to lean on our legs.
Yeah, you make like dehydrated kiwi. Like a jerky.
All aboard and welcome aboard the Tennessee Valley Railroad Museum's Missionary Ridge Local, train number 100, round trip service to East Chattanooga and return. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Justin and I'm going to be your conductor and historian for this journey back in time today. Now joining me on our train today is my trainman Hunter, our fireman Joseph, and our engineer Ricky. Now, ladies and gentlemen, today we are embarking on a 55-minute experience, which does include 15 to 20 minutes of travel in either direction over a little 3-mile railroad. It will also include a 20 to 25-minute layover in East Chattanooga, where we'll have a brief demonstration of our turntable, as well as behind-the-scenes look in our back shop. Now, as we depart Grand Junction today, folks, make sure you wave farewell to beautiful Grand Junction there. As you see, I did say we are with the Tennessee Valley Railroad Museum. However, we're going to run like Amtrak today, which means this train will be back in about 2 to 3 weeks. I do hope nobody had dinner plans tonight. Now, folks, we're just joking with you. We'll be back in approximately 55 minutes. Now, a fun fact on the area that you were just in, believe it or not, but back in the days of the Southern Railway, this would not have been a station location. This simply would have been a signal location. The only thing standing on this property would have been Southern Railway signals and a Jersey dairy cattle farm. The entirety of the property that you see over on the left-hand side there would have been a Jersey dairy cattle farm. Therefore, it was named Jersey on the Southern Railway. We acquired the land in 1968, or excuse me, the 1970s, I should say. We would rename it to Jersey, and later on Grand Junction, and it is still Grand Junction to this day.
Yeah.
Now today, ladies and gentlemen, you are riding on one of the very first railroads to enter downtown Chattanooga. This line was completed in 1859 by the East Tennessee and Georgia Railway. Now there have been 3 different renditions of this railroad constructed. Now you are riding on the second rendition. The original 1859 right-of-way would have lied just to the left of our train now, today marked by a gravel road. The line that you're traveling on today would have been completed in 1906, and it was a reconstruction of the original railroad. Now the railroad was rebuilt due to flooding. Now that original railroad is well below the original floodplain here in the Chattanooga area. Now the worst of that flooding would come about in 1867 when the Tennessee River would rise exactly 58 feet above its running level. And that would put that railroad underwater. In fact, the creek would rise in excess of 9 feet above where the original railroad rode. And we did just cross over our first bridge over the South Chickamauga Creek there. That was the main culprit of the flooding during the 1860s. However, the flooding would be kind of cured, I should say, in the 1930s with the construction of the Chickamauga Dam. Now, that being said, when the Southern Railway would reconstruct this line in 1906, they would double track it, which meant that there were 2 lines running parallel. Now, so the railroad was abandoned in 1954. They would pull up both sets of the main line, and when we rebuilt the line from Tunnel Boulevard this way, which I'll tell you a little bit more about that in just a few moments, we built our railroad back. We couldn't afford to build a double-track main line, so instead of building a full double-track main, we would put one siding in back there at McCarty, and that McCarty siding is used pretty much every week. Now, while I was talking about a double-track main line, we did cross over our second bridge over the Western and Atlantic Railroad. That line you saw below us there was the very first railroad to enter downtown Chattanooga. It was completed in 1850 by the state of Georgia, although its construction goes back much further. The railroad was originally chartered in 1836 by Georgia State Legislature, and it was constructed originally to connect Chattanooga, Tennessee with a small town in central Georgia known as Terminus. Now, if you know your American history, then Terminus would later become Marthasville before today being the traffic capital of the world, Atlanta, Georgia. the state of Georgia began building that railroad north out of Terminus. However, they would reach a major roadblock, and that major roadblock was the Tennessee state line. You see, folks, the state of Tennessee highly contested the construction of the Western and Atlantic Railroad. And folks, I'm going to be honest, I wouldn't blame the state of Tennessee, as I don't want my neighbors to the south to build a railroad across my backyard either. Now, the state of Georgia would continue to, the state of Tennessee seemed like it would never allow the railroad to be constructed. That is, until by a man by the name of Colonel James Anderson Whiteside would come about. Now, Colonel Whiteside, that was a commemorative name given to him. Colonel Whiteside was a Tennessee state legislator. He was also a major stockholder and contributor in many different modes of transportation, including the Western and Atlantic Railroad. Colonel Whiteside would have campaigned at Capitol Hill in Tennessee day in and day out for upwards of 10 years for the construction of the Western and Atlantic Railroad. It got to the point, folks, where his political comrades looked at him and said, "Look, James, if you'll just shut up about your railroad, we'll let you build it." So because of Colonel Whiteside, the railroad would be completed into Chattanooga in 1850. Now, the line is still owned by the state of Georgia today. However, it is currently leased out to CSX. So, folks, that's right. You heard it right here first. Other than Neyland Stadium in Knoxville, the state of Georgia does own land in Tennessee. Now we are crossing over our third and one of our final bridges over Tunnel Boulevard. Now, crossing over Tunnel Boulevard there means that we have reached the steepest portion of our railroad. That was also the original end of the Tennessee Valley Railroad Museum. You see, folks, when the line was donated to us here at the Tennessee Valley Railroad in 1968, the Southern Railway, that is, originally only donated 1.5 miles of track. So you would have boarded the train at East Chattanooga, made your way to Tunnel Boulevard, stopped, and shoved back. Now, the reason they did that is Tunnel Boulevard, as per the name, would have originally tunneled underneath the railroad. Now, in 1954, when the Southern Railway did abandon this line, the roof of the tunnel would be daylighted or excavated to avoid maintenance costs. The Southern Railway later made the deal that if we could pay to build a bridge, the remaining railroad and track to us here at the Tennessee Valley Railroad Museum. So we completed our railroad in the 1980s. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we are now on the west side of Missionary Ridge. Now, I do have to step away and get a switch, so I am going to be handing the tour over to my trainman, Hunter. Everybody give Hunter a warm welcome. We'll see y'all at East Chattanooga here.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your other tour guide, Hunter, or if you want to call me by my nickname, Huckleberry, that's fine too.
I'll call him
Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on the west side now of the Missionary Ridge to East Chattanooga. Now, here at East Chattanooga today, ladies and gentlemen, we're actually going to have a guided tour. We're going to have a demonstration of our railroad turntable. We'll show you how in the world we can turn our big locomotive around for you today, as well as give you a guided tour to our railroad's back shop to show you what we do best here at the Tennessee Valley Railroad Museum. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please do keep in mind that we are rolling into an active railroad yard with locomotives and equipment that can move in either direction at any given time. So unless you want to become flat as a pancake, stay out of their way. As you disembark off our train, ladies and gentlemen, please stay on the walking path. That'll be one to your, as you get down, you turn to your left, head straight on down to the turntable. The rest of our train crew will be more than helpful to guide you on down there, including myself. There's also a gift shop here at East Chattanooga, restrooms and snack bar for use at your own convenience. However, you're not required to get off the train. You're more welcome to stay on board, but I will be telling you, if you did not get off, you'll be missing out on a very historical experience. As what takes place here at East Chattanooga is something that's almost been lost to the pages of history. Now, we also ask that you please do not comment on any of our locomotives or equipment over here at East Chattanooga, as it is considered a fire hazard. Well, you may be asking, why is that? There's two reasons. Number one, if you was to come up to take a selfie, if you will, you'd probably fall off and bump your head, and that would not feel very nice. And number two, I probably couldn't help but laugh at you, and therefore I would get fired. So it is a fire hazard to me. Well, that being said, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your time here at East Chattanooga as we step back into the pages of a history. Now, something I want to point out real quick. If you will, just look to the right side of our train, because if you're facing the direction of travel, you will see a railroad cutoff that goes downtown. This is part of the East Chattanooga Belt Railway, ladies and gentlemen, and my conductor, Mr. Justin, is headed to the bottom of the train to climb off and throw a switch for the lunch train to go down that track to downtown Chattanooga. Now, as he said earlier, this is actually part of the original railroad right-of-way from Knoxville to see Chattanooga, but this is now part of the original right-of-way. Here in just a few moments, ladies and gentlemen, when we make our way to East Chattanooga, we will actually be leaving the original right-of-way that was ripped up in 1954, and we will swing to the left to go to our East Chattanooga Railroad Yard, as the original right-of-way would swung off to the right and went above the East Chattanooga Belt Railway and would went through the tree lines on what was called the High Line. It was basically a long stretch of railroad that was all but bridge that went through the city of Chattanooga. So yes, trains did float on air around here. They had wings. No, not really, ladies and gentlemen. Don't quote me on that. Anyways, it would have went downtown Chattanooga, and due to its eventual abandonment in 1954, the only thing that's left is the stone pillars that you can see just through the tree line up here when we get there in just a few moments. So, as we leave the East Chattanooga Belt Railway here in about another minute or two, and make our way into East Chat, you can officially say we're going off the rails. No, once again, not really. We do not float neither. Especially me on this thing, because I probably weigh it down by 200 tons.
Oh yeah.
Just go around. And put it on Facebook.
And it's like
They're not like they're critical thinking skills and predatory.
What chicken?
This one looks like it. Look at her feelings.
I thought the wedding picture was kind of
Yeah. You?
Alright, folks, station stop, East Chattanooga, exit either end of the car.
And you're about to. Going off? Or... Alright guys, we're about to watch how a train switches on to the turntable. Guys, turn up the volume.
We're gonna watch it turn around. James, take a step back.
John Waters.
This is how it goes. Like what this how they can turn it.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, well, I've just officially been outran by a steam engine. She beat me to the turntable, so that means I'm getting fat. Nah, I'm just messing with y'all. But anyways, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to East Chattanooga, also known as the end of our railroad. You may be asking yourself, what in the world do I mean by that? Well, two reasons. Number one, we are no longer on the original right-of-way. The original right-of-way was swung right behind the tree line right there. Number two, if everybody will, just look for me down where this little Banks Away card is for me. This is the end of our line today, ladies and gentlemen. Let's, well, I don't know. By showing a hand, if I got any brave volunteers that want to build another 130-some miles of railroad for me today, who wants to do some free hard labor? You get paid enough as it is. You don't need no more. No, he's doing good. No, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, it's about as far as we can go. However, we do have something we need to do right here. We need to turn our beautiful steam engine around. So, with that being said, that is where our turntable comes in. That is a weird contraption I'm saying on right here. Ladies and gentlemen, this turntable was built in 1916 by the American Bridge and Iron Company. Originally built as an Armstrong turntable. You may be asking yourself, what do I mean by that? Well, when this originally was fabricated in the days of steam, or the golden age of American railroad, as I like to call it, there would have been a pole on either end of this turntable, and it would originally been turned by hand with as many as 4 to 6 men. Now, you may be asking yourself, how in the world would you be able to turn sometimes a 200 to 300 ton steam engine? Well, that is where our counterweight comes in. As any locomotive at any time would easily swing to a turntable, it would become dead center with the middle and almost become featherweight. Although, with me standing on it, this thing probably ain't going to go nowhere because I probably weigh it down by about 200 tons. If you add our conductor, Mr. Justin, that's about close to 400. We like to eat, if you get what I'm saying right there. I'm just messing with y'all, ladies and gentlemen. But anyways, we ain't got to worry about that today. We got two things that's going to be very helpful for us here today. Number one, we got an electric motor. We also got the strongest man in the world, our conductor, Mr. Justin. Say howdy, Justin.
Howdy, Justin.
So,
All right, good. That means y'all love him. I think you got more of a fan base than I do, with that being said. Oh, if you're here and you're Mr. Justin's mother, I applaud you greatly, madam. You got a heck of a boy. I love him to death. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, with the help of him and our turntable, we can bring 630 on. We'll give her a complete spin around for the other direction. I promise you, for anyone here, or excuse me, you know who you are. You're Justin's mother. I will say, he is my brother of the railroad, although he can be a nuisance. No, I'm just kidding. I love him to death. Now, as our beautiful locomotive number 630 eases her way onto the turntable, do not be alarmed by the sudden jolt that will probably be made here in another second or two. That's just 630's. All right, then. Well, that means our engineer, Miss Ricky, is doing very smooth at the throttle right now. So you ain't got to worry about me looking like I'm doing jump jacks over here today, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, 630 will continue my way until she gets dead center on the turntable. My side of the table will drop below the rail plane right here. And that means our engine is perfectly balanced. We're going to take 630 for a spin. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we're now perfectly balanced. And if it seems like 630 is hissing at you, no, she's not mad. She's just a fire-breathing iron horse steam locomotive after all, so that's normal. Anyways, introducing your locomotive, this is Southern Railway number 630. Ladies and gentlemen, this beautiful piece of machinery was built in 1904 by the American Locomotive Company, more commonly known as ALCO. So that means this beautiful locomotive that's pulling our train today is 121 years of age. That is right, and obviously as you can see, she still is running. Now, she was built as a KS Class 280 consolidation, which means she's got 2 short pilot wheels up front, 8 big drive wheels in the middle, and nothing underneath the cab. She would serve as a small freight locomotive for the Southern Railway from years of 1904 until her eventual retirement in 1952. Putting in almost 48 years of service for the Southern Railway in the Asheville area of North Carolina, that is, when she would be retired and more favor more modern technology, such as the diesel locomotive that you see over here. However, her and her sister locomotive, 722, was eventually rescued by a small North Carolina short line called the East Tennessee and Western North Carolina Railroad Company, where she would haul freight there until 1967, when ironically, not long after that, the Southern Railway would come back and try to get the 630 back, and they did, for use in their steam excursion program in exchange for a diesel. How ironic is that? But now 630 spends her days here at the Tennessee Valley Railroad Museum as, to me, the most beautiful steam locomotive in our collection, and my most favorite, not only because she's the most oldest, but she is actually a part of my family tree. We are North Carolina hillbillies after all. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we've been perfectly lined up for track number 2. How about giving a round of applause later to our train crew at 630 today? All right, good. That means y'all love her, number 1, and number 2. If y'all didn't do that, she'd probably leave you here. Talking about 630, that is, and I imagine none of y'all would like that. You're more than welcome to get back on the train at this time, but if you want to see the rest of the tour, please follow me this way, please. Right this way. Please stay on the walking path. Do not climb on any of our locomotives or equipment, unless you want a good old nasty head bump to go home with. Once again, you're more welcome to get back on the train, but if you want to see the rest of the tour, right this way, please, right this way.
Alright, I'm back. What do you think of the locomotives? Leave down in the comments or type it into the chat.
You're more than welcome to take as many pieces as you want.
But for now, for the duration of the tour, there is I guess George's awesome. Wow. I'm gonna put you guys on back camera. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if y'all would just please gather right here for me. That's right here behind this chain link fence. Give the rest of the tour time to catch up with us, and we'll begin the rest of the tour. Thank you for your patience. And do not worry about the Southern 630. She, once again, is not going to leave you here. Number one, I would not allow that to happen. Number two, even though she may get feisty, she is not cold-hearted. She is hot-headed, literally. That's right this way, please, right this way. You're more welcome to take as many pictures as you want. Just please stay on the walking path. That's right, you're more welcome to take as many pictures as you want. Please continue this way, don't see the rest of the tour. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and get started right here. Welcome to the Tennessee Valley River Museum's back shop, known as here at the museum as the Soul Shop, named after one of our founders. This shop was built in 1982, ladies and gentlemen, for the major restoration overhaul of our locomotives and equipment here at the museum. Now, as you can see, we do have a little bit of some stuff going on here. As right behind me, we've got a former United States Navy diesel locomotive that's over the pit right now for potentially being inspected and put back into service, as well as some more elegant stuff, such as a beautiful coach that is behind me, this observation car that is being fixed up to be put back in service as well. Now, with all that being said, ladies and gentlemen, there's somewhat of a sad reality. Now, you may be asking yourself, what do I mean by that? Ladies and gentlemen, here at the Tennessee Valley River Museum, there's something magical that takes place here, but it's something that is oh so rare and almost has been lost to the pages of time, and that is how we work on our old school locomotives and equipment here at the museum. Here at Tennessee Valley Railroad, we have two major goals. Number one, preserve the history and legacy of old school American railroading, not just here in the city of Chattanooga, but also around the United States as a whole. But also preserve the old school skill, trades, and craftsmanship that is required to maintain these beautiful pieces of American history to keep them rolling. A good example of this is the beautiful steam locomotive that's pulling our train today, the Southern Railway 630. Like I mentioned a while ago, she's 121 years old and not getting any younger. The sad reality of it is, when there used to be almost thousands that look just like her and only a select few have survived. Another good example of this, I'm sure many of you saw her a while ago, is Southern Railway 4501, which is that way. It is one of her bigger sisters, if you will, built in 1911 by the Ball Locomotive Works of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania as an MS Class 282 Mikado. She had 181 sisters that looked just like her. She is the only one left. So that is the reason why, ladies and gentlemen, it is so important that we must preserve these beautiful pieces of American history to be passed down to the next generation. Talking about a generational coincidence here, I'm sure many of you a while ago heard me say being 630 of North Carolina descendants in the bloodline, or hillbilliness, if you will. Well, I mean that jokingly, but I also mean that very seriously, as come to find out in World War II, my great-grandfather, who was a Southern Railway employee for almost 50 some years, He ended up being her fireman and engineer in World War II in Asheville, North Carolina. So number one, that greatly humbles me to say that I got a piece of American history still surviving in the family. But with that being said, if it was not for our men and women here at the Tennessee Valley Railroad Museum making all this possible, me as a former North Carolinian, being 22 years of age, I would not be able to look back and see what my family heritage would look like, let alone the whole United States of America. So here at the Tennessee Valley Railroad Museum, we try to learn these old school skills and trades and preserve this old school American history to be passed down to the next generation. As not only these locomotives are no longer serving on Class 1 railroads today, parts for them are rare. I can guarantee you, ladies and gentlemen, you will not be able to go to an O'Reilly's, a Walmart, or an AutoZone to buy boiler tubes for a steam locomotive. It just doesn't happen like that. So, with that being said, does anybody want to take a guess about how we may get those parts? That's right. We make them right here, fabricated in-house, ladies and gentlemen. Each and every single part that is made here at the Tennessee Valley Railroad Museum gets put on these pieces of equipment in some form or fashion, the 630 being one of these. Some of you may know some machinery back there. Each and every single one of this is in operation, including that crane that is overhead of us, including this pit. Each and every single thing that moves in this museum and in this back shop is used for the major restoration and overhaul of our locomotives and equipment. Also, ladies and gentlemen, one other thing that is very, very needed in this day and hour for all this to happen is money. Back when the 4501 was rescued by the Tennessee Valley Railroad Museum, 630's larger sister, she was rescued with only just a whopping $5,000. A steam locomotive that I may remind you is somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 to 300 tons. Don't you wish stuff was that cheap today? Now, with today's current pricing value, you're looking at somewhere around the millions, if I can remember right. So, it's because of you fine people as well that we're able to make all this possible. Each and every single dime we make, ladies and gentlemen, off of our train tickets here at the museum goes right back into the major restoration and overhaul of our vintage locomotives and equipment. And for all I like to say, the city of Chattanooga as a whole is hopeless romantically forever lost in the 1940s. I'm a big band enthusiast, by the way. It is not only lost in the 1940s, but the city of Chattanooga is also a railroad gate to the southeast, has been since prior to the Civil War and always will be. But with that being said, technology has progressed, time has moved on, and even more modern diesel locomotives have stepped in to replace the ones that is behind me. Just like when this beautiful thing would replace the elegant steam engine that's pulling our train today. So you can see how that technology has been passed down with time. But that is the reason why our men and women here have dedicated their heart and life to keep these old school traditions alive, so we can keep these beautiful pieces of history rolling long after we're gone. So, quite clearly here at Tennessee Valley Railroad Museum, ladies and gentlemen, history stands still for us. But with that being said, anybody got any questions? Any questions at all? All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for coming out to visit here at Tennessee Valley Railroad Museum today. My name is Hunter, but if you can't remember none of that, once again, my nickname is Hopeberry. All right, let's start heading back to the train right now and begin the boarding process. All aboard.
Thank you, Huckleberry.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah. We're just arriving at the motives. Yo, those chickens are fake, by the way. We were in the middle car. I'm okay. There it goes. It was good. Yep. And I got all that. Yeah. I'm streaming.
Watch the lid.
I got it. Yeah. Doesn't matter. Pretty good. Yeah.
So you like that?
Yeah. Yeah.
You come out with a worse I wasn't like this. It's a lot better. Like a little bit more barbaric, and it's a lot more friendly now. Not for you, but every summer because the amount of earrings you wear. And then I should touch that. Enjoy your parrot. I'll take the bell down and do all that.
Okay, so here we're going the other way, you know, backwards.
And so it blows. I get diving in and out. Yeah, it's gotta be like,
So, Chad, what you think?
A young girl party. He was like, watch it. I was like, what you doing here?
Jim, ready? Yes. What? Jay. Oh, I will look it up. I went specifically and watched Princess Bride with my friend, and it was amazing. The organs came out, the music. I love it. It's a good experience. I love fried tomatoes. Listen, stop. And then they have the knockoff one. They go to the coffee sale. They have a knockoff one.
On the version. There we go, so just waiting for everybody to get on board.
I love Friday.
Okay, okay, go for it. I'll hold you on.
It's a movie. It's a book. That was pretty. You want to know what? It does have stuff in it. I think you could definitely watch those. Don't kick Betty Betty. Don't kick Betty Betty. Yeah, we're getting ready to leave. Hey. Oh, kick Betty Betty.
That is a transition, isn't it?
They needed it.
Good. Did you? Yeah.
One of my husband's birthday places was Nutcracker there.
Milkshakes are like crazy. But I mean, if you want them, I don't want that.
It's like over the top here. The over the top things that have all the crazy stuff on it.
So they put it up when people were supposed to stop and not put a train there, and then now the train wouldn't go over it. That when the train went over it, it wouldn't hit.
We don't need to say anything for my birthday, but I do want to say that.
They didn't want the train to hit the sign.
I got something. Clean up here. Recipe for food. For your birthday, you don't want it. Because like Friday night, so the 19th.
Hello.
It is 18 hours family. 19 is for friends' birthday party. There's a house at Harry Potter theme. So, and I'm gonna go all out with decorations. You know, your baby only turns 9 once. It's gonna be a big birthday. So leave that on there Saturday. Sunday we're open, and then Monday I took off. That's pretty cool. Since we're actually we'll have a big day.
Yes!
Let's do it from the window lean forward.
The two at the window lean together.
There
you go. Nope, you gotta lean back.
Very friendly, very chill.
Alright, let's look at that.
And the bar is like real close, but the gap is
Whoa.
Jeez.
Jeez.
I'm gonna hold this while
Alright, guys. You guys wondered what that song was. It was train being hooked up, so we're about to go backwards, literally.
It's on that side of the train.
I'm making Sorting Cat cupcakes. And I'm gonna make letters coming out of the fireplace. And I'm getting black like plastic tablecloths to go around the walls. And then have house. And then we've got like a piece of like Hogwarts castle. They don't get several ones. Well, no, not too. I don't want to with the kids and we have
In theory, that's what it's going to do.
yeah, break it and throw it off the bridge so that no one can use the power.
Are you guys going to watch the movie?
No, I don't have a plan. I just think that y'all probably, it's going to be a 3 hours. Normally we only do 2 hours. I'm going to see 3 hours. I'll make like pretzel sticks. I thought about doing macaroni.
He's trying to climb up there with you.
But I don't think I have enough time to gather. I need to gather around like by 9 and range time. Oh, is it that side? Oh, it's just, it looks like it's just no, but I can make it.
This is one you're right now. If he starts reaching for you, don't want to. Let him make sure you
I'll take it. I'm not gonna Oh yeah, the other was fun. I can do
Shooting up your belly button?
I wasn't ready for that.
Eli, we don't feel for that stress.
I like the checker on this. He goes no. I love a drink.
I'm good.
That was something different.
What?
Well, no need to go hogwash.
I've seen that color
Shut it. Shut it. I took my sneakers. I left it at your house back on. What time is that on here? Oh, that's a long day too.
We're at
Maybe it'll just be like a concho course. But it's all for more shirts. Are we going to go? I'm not gonna lie, I love it. I love all the things for their own reasons.
Did you see them just kiss?
I love them.
Sit down. Hey. Sit down.
I'm sorry.
Maybe when we start moving.
Yes, we're gonna be going beep beep and the train's gonna go.
It's like 5 Christmas cards I use now.
That was them pulling off the boarding thing.
You came over to our house. I was there. It's like flat perfect.
I was trying to line it up. I was like, where did I go? And I remember
Yo, got me on camera.
I hope it tastes exactly the same. I love
What is good? Oh.
We're kind of in the same boat right now. I work 4 hours in this job. And then I get off. Before you know it, it's 8 o'clock.
I swear, I'm not swaying. It's just, whoa. Guys, I swear, I'm not swaying. The train is swaying.
Honestly, I would rather look at the food on the plate. Very hard. We also have that's what we hope. That's why it took me so long to reach Chattanooga. And they win their Rocky Mountain. One day I'm local, but I'm not trying to be a salesman. The kids was yeah, and so I started telling them as much more as I could. And so the analogous to Vietnam, where he's surrounded by people and everybody gets alone in their own country. And he's like, unless you can carry on just 20 miles, that's how you can go.
But it ended up being like 5 hours longer than the car ride. So it was like,
Chocolate was everywhere.
there was one on the side.
And also, then we're doing museum west. They're exhausted. Yeah. Sorry, the aquarium.
I think very exhausted. Only at the
Alright guys, we'll go back.
If we ever do make that train from Birmingham to New Orleans, I probably would have slept this time. Like, this is amazing. Finally go on vacation and arrive rested. Instead of spending the first day, night, whatever, just trying to catch up on sleep, I can sleep on the way down. There's no one here. There's some people shutting out.
Stop, Grand Junction, exit other end.
Ready? Let's go.
Yeah, these are throwaways. Alright.
It's gonna take us.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you. Through.
It is a choo-choo train. All right.
Do you want me to take either the backpack or the bag?
Railroad from back in night.
Thank you.
So after this, we take the trolley back. Do you want to go to the bathroom first, or do you want to go, you know? Yeah. He said he was gonna leave without us. Tennessee Valley Railroad and Museum. Right. You see it? Okay. Yeah, I think I see it too. Either or I'm not. So it'd be down there by the picnic area.
You guys had fun?
We did. You guys having a good time?
Yep.
Well, I caught all that, you know.
Got all that?
Yep, the train, everything. What?
Pour that out, so I don't want to let it. Pour yours out soon.
Yeah. Let's go.
What's in here? In there or not?
Probably in the bathroom.
Maybe.
Should we wait?
Is that by the house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was in the shade when I parked it.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like that worked out too well for me.
That's alright. We tried. Not pesky
Normally I
thing.
put it up there, but there's a truck in my way.
You're bigger. Run him over.
Now you got a cow catcher.
Yeah, see?
Yeah. It's hot. Do this thing right there.
I want this, but turn the AC on and move it more into the shade. Oh. How's your train?
It's good.
Very good.
A little bit shady. You like cold water?
Yeah, I think so.
How about you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hot in here?
That's Marigold. Probably good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, start shaving your whole face too.
Here we go.
Thank you, sir, very much.
This will help a little bit.
It's
What you
okay.
can do when it gets this hot.
I work, my second job is a wedding coordinator for an outside venue. It's like, I spend 20 hours in a day outside, so.
Why are you stay so light? Lost sunscreen?
Yeah, and I have to be careful. As you can see, I went outside for 30 minutes. I have O positive blood and the mosquitoes eat me alive.
Oh, they eat me alive too.
And I just went out and I was
Just
like,
look at
holy
my
crap.
arms.
Yep.
All the little scars on there. Because I don't have not scratch.
I know. It's hard, isn't it?
Need help with that?
You got it, bud?
Yeah.
Turn.
Okay.
Here, bud.
Yeah.
The first one back.
Yep.
What time is it?
1:51. It's almost 2.
You said 2:05.
I guess we just wait for the others.
We just came over. Some of the others may have stopped.
I did.
Good.
Remember? I told you.
I know, just double checking. Sometimes I don't know if you're just saying what you want me to hear or... I think I'll look around a little bit at the Grand Station. What do you think?
Yeah.
Maybe I'll go to the Frosty Monkey.
A what?
It's called the Frosty Monkey. It's a restaurant.
Yeah.
They don't serve monkey.
I know. I know.
I don't think. They might serve monkey.
Saturday isn't a busy day. It's a work day.
I'm off on my days too. You know?
Yeah. Great. That's good. Yeah. guess when we get back into town where we have internet. I got 2 bars.
Railroaders. Bob Heat, sleep, railroad, repeat. How many railroads you been on so far?
Half a dozen. I've got one you can ride on.
What's that?
I've got one you can ride on.
Kansas. I don't ever want to drive across Kansas again. Ain't nothing to see.
You're on the wrong side of Kansas. You're in western Kansas. Go the other side. It's Flint Hills.
I've driven across the whole damn darn state.
I live there.
Okay.
Riley County, Wabansie County, right outside of Topeka. That's all big hills.
Yeah.
Where the cattle are.
I'm telling you. I mean, it's just...
Western Kansas, there's one tree that's like this.
Well, what you do is, I mean, I don't know what time it is. Let me check. I don't know if I got time to talk to you or not. We've got 2 minutes. So, going across Kansas, and you've got farms everywhere. And there's a house out there, and there's some trees around the house. That way, when the wind blows, the house is protected up ahead.
Okay.
Other than that, you just got cows. Just a bunch of cows.
That's
What? And wheat. Mostly cows.
Go through in April when we're burning at night. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, well, I went through in January and it was all
January
white.
is not fun. No.
It was all white. It was about 11 degrees the whole time. All right. What about like a bottle of water? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's you folks. 2 of them? 2 of them? 9. 1 for me.
I'll wait. I'm sure.
Okay. Starting at the front.
In this?
1, 2, 3, 4.
So
Thanks for holding it.
Alright. So we'll get back. We'll go to the station. See what else we can find.
Yeah.
All right. 1 more here.
About the middle of honor.
Okay. No water here. 1 back there. All right. Did I miss anybody? No. It helps. It gets hot. You gotta stay hydrated. You know, they tell me that people that like water like it room temperature, but this room temperature isn't very good. I like it cold. I must not really like water. If you look to the left, there's a train. Looks like a bunch of car carriers on that one.
Yep. We always have them passing by all the time.
All right, on the way over, I talked about moon pie. Let's talk about another bakery. Back in 1933, there was a couple here in town by the names of O.D. and Ruth McKee. they bought a bakery called Jack's Cookie Company. They started making snacks out of that bakery, then they decided to sell it, and they moved over to Charlotte, North Carolina, where they opened another bakery. Around 1950, they got a little homesick, sold the bakery in Charlotte and went back to Chattanooga. And they were to buy their bakery here back. Around 1954, changed the name up from the King Bakery to McKee Bakery. And in 1957, they changed the name again to McKee Baked Goods. When they moved to Collegedale, one of our suburbs, to a much larger facility in preparation for their next move, which was in 1960, when they launched a new product line. They named after their 4-year-old granddaughter, Little Debbie McKee. She's not only home to moon pie, but also home to Little Debbie. We got your snack cakes covered in Chattanooga. There it is. Oh, Ricky's driving today. I think she's the best engineer out here. And don't tell anybody, it's supposed to be a secret, but Ricky is also one of the mascots for our minor league baseball team. They have Louie, look out Louie, and she's Louise. Oh, and the other guy on there, that's actually Louie too. So. Had a couple of mascots driving around on the train today. Oh, those people are glutton for punishment. They're riding the open air car. Alrighty. And I'd also like to give you a little bit of history of the Tennessee Aquarium. Chattanooga's biggest attraction. I say it's Chattanooga's biggest attraction because I'm separating Lookout Mountain from Chattanooga. Lookout Mountain's got big attractions, Rock City and Ruby Falls. And they've been up there, they've been open for close to 100 years each. But down here, down in the valley, the Tennessee Aquarium is Chattanooga's biggest attraction. It's also a very important piece of Chattanooga's history. See, its importance stems from the fact that it represents a turning point in time between what Chattanooga was in the past and what it's become today. Today, Chattanooga's a great outdoor city, but named best city ever by Outdoor Magazine. Not once, but twice. The only city in the world to get that name twice from Outdoor Magazine. Good place to go rock climbing, caving, hiking, biking, canoeing, kayaking, paddleboarding, golfing, fishing, swimming, hunting, walking, skateboarding, ziplining, skydiving, hang gliding, and not too far from Chattanooga on the Ocoee River, whitewater rafting. About 2.5 months ago, Chattanooga was named the National Park City. One of 3 in the world, the only one in the Western Hemisphere, joining London, England, and Adelaide, Australia as National Park City. Well, what's that mean? There's not a national park here. Well, if you think about a national park, what's the attraction for a natural park? Natural beauty and outdoor spaces and outdoor activity. Well, we have all that right here, but in a city. So we're a national park city. So yes, Chattanooga's a great outdoor city. Welcome to Georgia. Welcome back to Tennessee. Now, if you didn't understand that, then let me tell you, those tracks right there, those are the first tracks that came into Chattanooga, the old Western Atlantic Railroad. It was owned by the state of Georgia back then, owned by the state of Georgia today. Leased out to the CSX Transportation today. One of the major railroads in this country. So, we're a great outdoor city. Chattanooga is also quite a decent tourist city. Now, we're not a Branson, Missouri, or a Pigeon Forge, or God forbid, in Orlando, Florida, but we're a decent tourist city. Add all that together, you come up with a destination city. Forbes magazine, every single year, comes out with a list of 50 best destinations in the world to travel to. In 2023, Chattanooga, Tennessee made that list of 50. I didn't need Forbes magazine to tell me we're a destination. They've been doing tours of the city now on this trolley for 37 months. And in that short amount of time, I have people on this trolley from all 50 states, Washington, D.C., 2 U.S. territories, and at least 89 different countries that I'm aware of, probably more. So yes, we are most definitely a destination city. But what was Chattanooga in the past? Well, it was actually a much different place. At one point, Chattanooga was the 8th largest manufacturing city in the United States. It was a major industrial powerhouse. It was nicknamed the Dynamo of Dixie. It was often compared to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania because of the industry here. Steel mills, foundries, factories, textile mills. Now, unlike Pittsburgh, Chattanooga sits in a bowl, surrounded by mountains. The pollution had no place to go. In 1969, air quality here was so bad that the federal government declared Chattanooga, Tennessee, the dirtiest city in America. And how do you go from being the dirtiest city in America to being named Best City Ever by Outdoor Magazine twice, being named the National Park City, one of 3 in the world, being named one of the top 50 destinations in the world to travel to? A long, hard road is coming. That long, hard road began in the early 1970s. So shutting down these steel mills, factories, foundries, and textile mills because of the Clean Air Act. They shut them down, the jobs are gone. Most of the jobs are gone for good. The larger companies need time to figure out how to comply with these new laws. They shut down and moved their operations overseas. Smaller companies couldn't afford to comply with these laws. They just shut down. Went out of business. So like I said, jobs are gone. Most of them are gone for good. And with these jobs also gone was the economy and the tax base. Then you know what happened? The crime rate began to rise. Chattanooga had a dirty city, no jobs, and a rising crime rate. Chattanooga had a big problem. City leaders started looking around for answers to this problem. They looked in every direction. And when they looked to the south, they could barely make it out for all the smog in the way. But they saw Lookout Mountain down there with its thriving tourism industry. And they said, that's our answer. We just figure out a way to bring those people visiting that mountain down here into the city to spend their money. And we'll survive this. So they came up with a plan. The plan was we're going to clean up the air, we're going to clean up the riverfront, get rid of all those abandoned factories and warehouses along that riverfront. We're going to make that a nice park area, make it inviting, make people want to come down into Chattanooga. A man by the name of Jack, wealthy businessman Jack, he went to him, he told him that's a good start. They said, what do you mean it's a good start? They thought it was a good plan. He said, well, you see, the reason people visit that mountain the way they do is because there's 2 big attractions up there. You're not going to get them to leave that to come down here to look at a river and a park. You're going to have a big attraction. You know what you should do? You should build the biggest aquarium in the United States on that riverfront. They said, that's a crazy idea. We don't have the money to do that. If you hadn't noticed, the economy's gone. The tax base is gone. If we try to raise taxes on a bunch of people who just lost their jobs, they're going to vote us out of office. So they called him Crazy Jack. Now, was it really such a crazy idea? No, it was a great idea. They just didn't have the money to do it. There was a very similar situation that Ben Thomas and Joseph White had back in 1899. Those guys had a great idea of bottling Coca-Cola. They didn't have the money. They didn't give up, though. They found their answer in a man by the name of John T. Lupton. The city of Chattanooga found his answer in his grandson, John T. Lupton II. Also known as Jack Lupton. Crazy Jack Lupton. In the early 1980s, Jack Lupton didn't have any heirs interested in running the Coca-Cola bottling company. So in 1986, he sold the rights to bottle Coca-Cola. Back to Coca-Cola. Let me let you know a little secret. He got a little bit more than $2. He got a lot more than $2. He got $1.4 billion. And then he put his money where his mouth was. He put $50 million of that toward building the Tennessee Aquarium and the IMAX Theater with no taxpayer funding whatsoever. He said, the city has been good to me. This is my gift. And so they still run today with no taxpayer funding, unless you count all the school buses that show up there all the time. So for the Tennessee Aquarium, the IMAX Theater, the The fact that Chattanooga survived that little depression was then back in the 1970s and 80s and began this transformation in Chattanooga into what it's become today and what it's still becoming. I want to say one last big thank you to the Coca-Cola Bottling Company. Now let's do something special. Now I know when you first walked up to the trolley this morning, it didn't look like a DeLorean, did it? Nope. But trolleys are pretty good time machines too. So we're going to travel back in time. Let's go back to 1860. 1860's country was in turmoil. States in the South talking about seceding from the Union, citing states' rights as the issue. What do they mean by that, states' rights? Well, a big part of what they meant was states' rights to continue letting their citizens own other people, slavery. Tennessee was on the fence about whether to secede or not to secede. That was the question. Whether it was no vote, no, never mind. Started going to Hamlet there, but no need for that. So, it came down to a vote. The vote went the way of secession. Tennessee seceded from the Union and joined the Confederate States of America. It was the last state to do so. And after the Civil War began, the city of Chattanooga became a very strategic place, known as the gateway to the Deep South. And all these railroads converging here in Chattanooga, going south from here to Atlanta. Well, the Confederate Army came in, and this little town, about 2,500 people, exploded with a population over 25,000. With Confederate troops and support people. And they used these railroads to reinforce and resupply their troops all through the South. Now the Union Army wanted to take Chattanooga as much, if not more, than they wanted to take Richmond, Virginia, the capital of the Confederate States of America. President Lincoln said if we had taken hold of East Tennessee and Chattanooga's rebellion will surely wither and die on the vine. He was right. Once they did take Chattanooga, and General Sherman launched his campaign south of the sea from the top of this ridge we're going over this time, every inch he took and every inch he burned was an inch closer to Union victory. But Chattanooga was so important to the Union. Why in the world did it take over a year and a half to actually take Chattanooga? Well, the answer is pretty simple. We have a city surrounded by mountains and a railroad coming up from Atlanta reinforcing, resupplying the troops. They couldn't get enough troops over the mountains fast enough or reinforcements come up on the railroad. So something had to be done about the railroad because nothing could be done about the mountains. There's a civilian, a man by the name of James J. Andrews, smuggler, turned Secret Service spy, came up with a plan to sabotage the railroad. He's going to take a group of men up down toward Atlanta and steal a train. Bring it north toward Chattanooga, stop along the way, pull up rails, cut telegraph wires, and burn bridges. He presented his plan to Union General Ormsby Mitchell. General Mitchell had plans on attacking Huntsville, Alabama. And here Andrews' plan was going to cut a supply line of communications between Atlanta and Chattanooga. He wanted to coincide with his plans on attacking Huntsville. So we get Andrews 23 more men to help him. 22 Union soldiers out of the Ohio Infantry and another civilian by the name of William Campbell. Andrews met with these men around Shelbyville, Tennessee. Told them to meet him here at the Crutchlow House in Chattanooga in early April of 1862. Told them to come here disguised as civilians in small groups of 2s and 3s. They even gave them a cover story. Look out to your right, look in every direction. You'll see a mountain everywhere you look. The cover story was they were from Fleming County, Kentucky, headed to Georgia to join the Confederate Army, so they go back and fight and ran up for Union. Well, 2 of the men making their way through Tennessee got stopped by Confederate soldiers and questioned, and they gave them that cover story. And the Confederate soldiers looked at them and said, "You don't have to go all the way to Georgia. We need help right here." And fearing for their lives that they'd be hung as spies, they went and signed up in an artillery unit with the Confederate Army in Tennessee. They did later escape back across Union lines, but needless to say, they didn't make it to the meeting at the Crutchlow House. Andrews only met 21 men at the Crutchlow House, gave them tickets to go across the street to Union Depot, get on a train headed to Marietta, Georgia. Gave them instructions once you got to Marietta, they would meet on another train at Marietta Station. Head back toward Chattanooga. Well, the next morning, only 19 men managers on that train. 2 of them had overslept down there in Marietta. So these 20 men are on the train that heads north, stops at its first stop, place called Big Shanty, Georgia. They call it Kennesaw today. And at that point, everybody else got off the train, went into the Lacey Hotel to get breakfast, and they stayed on, and then a couple of passenger cars, and took off that locomotive named General, and 3 boxcars. And they headed north. And they started stopping on the way. They attempted to burn the bridges, but it rained for 2 days prior, and the wood was wet, and it wouldn't catch fire. So they pulled up the rails and they cut the telegraph wires. Now, as they were leaving Big Shanty Station, somebody alerted conductor William Fuller that his train was leaving him. He was about to let that happen. He grabbed his engineer and his fireman. They started chasing. Chased on foot for 2.5 miles, then by pole car. And then a succession of 3 different locomotives. The third locomotive is named the Texas. Texas is every bit equal to the General, but it's facing the wrong direction. It's facing south. And they didn't have time to turn it around. So he chased backwards in the Texas. At high speeds up to 60 miles per hour on tracks rated for 15 miles per hour. Tracks that were being pulled up ahead of him had to keep stopping and laying the rails back down in order to continue to chase. Never actually caught the General with these guys on it, but they came close enough to where the guys on the General could look behind them and see the smoke rising from the Texas behind them. At that point, they knew they were being chased. They had no idea who was chasing them, but they knew they were being chased. They started jettisoning off those 3 boxcars, trying to slow down whoever it was chasing them. And they stopped stopping for any reason, including getting more wood and water, which is fuel. They literally, yeah, I do mean literally, ran out of steam 2 miles north of Ringgold, Georgia, a few miles south of here. Now at that point it was every man for themselves. They all jumped and ran in different directions. Now they were all caught within a week. The 2 that overslept down there in Marietta were caught as well. And they were brought to a hellhole of jail here in Chattanooga, a jail meant for escaped slaves. 22 of these men put down in a 13 square foot unfinished basement, trap door closed on top of them. The jailer slept on top of the trap door. Now, 8 of these men, including the 2 civilians, were taken down to Atlanta and put on trial and hung as spies and buried in unmarked graves in what is now historic Oakland Cemetery. 8 of these men later escaped. The other 6 were kept in this hellhole of jail here for almost a year. They were whipped, beaten, tortured for information on a regular basis, fed spoiled meat. I mean, just treated terribly. When they were finally exchanged in a prisoner exchange, they were taken to Washington, D.C., where they were debriefed by the Secretary of War. Now, after the Secretary of War heard their stories of mistreatment and saw the scars, he issued those 6 men the first 6 medals of honor ever awarded on March 25th of 1863. The youngest of them, 19-year-old Private Jacob Parrott, got the very first one. Now, after that great locomotive chase, the General was placed back in the service. And when General Sherman made his way to Atlanta after burning Atlanta, he ordered all the railroad equipment there to be destroyed. The General was there in Atlanta when they ran into a wall destroying the boiler. It was rebuilt, converted over from wood to coal, and continued to operate another couple of decades before finally being retired and being placed on the side of the road down in Bindings, Georgia, where it sat for a while. On Christmas Day of 1863, December 25th, 1863, Major General George Thomas, the Rock of Chickamauga, was tasked with finding a place to bury the dead from 6 different battles that had taken place in this area between September and November of 1863. Thousands of bodies lay on hasty graves in battlefields and buildings and basements all over Chattanooga and in Civil War hospitals all around the area. They all need to be found, they need to be identified, they need to be buried, and they need to be buried with honor. Well, I told you earlier that they chose other spots for the Confederates. He chose a spot for the Union dead. And that spot he chose is today America's oldest and 2nd largest national cemetery. Second in size only to Arlington. Arlington's much bigger. Arlington has about 400,000 graves. We have about 65,000 here. It grows just a little bit every day. And we'll see that in about 2 blocks. Now, the first year that buried folks in our national cemetery was 1864. Now, they buried over 13,800 from the Civil War in our national cemetery. A third of those are unknown. So when I said earlier, we don't officially have Confederates buried in our national cemetery, I use that word officially because I can't make the rest of that statement true without that word. In the year 1890, the state of Ohio donated a monument to our national cemetery called the Medal of Honor Monument. It sits near the entrance right up here. It's got a bronze statue of the general sitting right on top of it. And there's 8 graves around that Medal of Honor Monument. The 8 graves of the men that were buried in those unmarked graves down in Atlanta after being hung as spies. So that monument's coming up right here. You can see it out there. Now, of those 8 men buried around that monument, 2 of them were civilians. They didn't qualify for the Medal of Honor. They received the Medal of Freedom. Of the 6 Union soldiers that are buried there, 4 of them received the Medals of Honor posthumously back in 1863, as part of the first 52 that I told you about earlier. The other 2 that have been buried around the Medal of Honor Monument now for 135 years, just like the rest of them. They received theirs July 3rd of 2024, just over a year ago. A year and 9 days ago. Riding on 161-year-old lawn. Now, how did those guys get from Atlanta here? Well, that's Conductor William Fuller's doing. See, Conductor Fuller chased these men for 87 miles on April 12th of 1862. After that, he relentlessly pursued, having them all prosecuted and hung. And he was at every one of their hangings, at every one of their burials, also every reunion of people that took part in this great locomotive chase from then on. Became friends with survivors with their families over the years. 1887, he was convinced these men he had watched the buried down there in Atlanta, they should be buried with honor as well. So he went down there to Atlanta, he helped locate the graves, having been all those burials, he knew where the bodies were. As they zoomed them, he helped identify them, each of them. Having been all their hangings, he remembered exactly what each of them were wearing. And then they brought them here, they reinterred them around that Medal of Honor monument. Now in 1891, the general was moved from his temporary location on the side of the road down in Bonnings, Georgia, to Chattanooga, Tennessee. It's placed on display at Union Depot, the most public place in town. It didn't cost anything to go there, look at it, read about it. And it was here for 70 years. It became part of the fabric of the city. People here considered it the very own Chattanooga Choo-Choo. It was so important to the city put an image of it on the field of the city. So, in 1938, 47 years after it came here, the state of Georgia started saying, we want our locomotive back. Chattanooga just laughed. We weren't planning on giving that locomotive up, especially not to Georgia. So in 1961, the L&M Railroad, the Louisville and Nashville Railroad, they had the lease on Union Depot. They had control of the general, and somebody at L&M said, wouldn't it be a great idea if we sent the general out next year on a centennial tour 100 years after that great locomotive chase, under its own power? So they sent to Louisville, Kentucky to the restoration shop. They restored it to operational status. This time they converted over from coal to oil, making the generally only steam locomotive in history ever used all 3 types of fuel used in steam locomotives: wood, coal, and oil. And then they set it out on tour. And it crisscrossed this country another 23,000 miles over the next 4 to 5 years. And while it was gone, Union Depot closed down. Now nobody knew what Union Depot's fate was going to be. All the L&M railroads concerned about was the tracks. They were leasing the tracks. The lease was due to expire in 1969. Those tracks they were leasing, just like the ones I crossed earlier, were owned by the state of Georgia. They wanted to lease them again, and they had something the state of Georgia wanted. So, a deal was made. They were going to get the leased tracks again. The state of Georgia was going to get the general. The city of Chattanooga was getting the short end of the stick. Well, that didn't sit well with the people of Chattanooga, especially not the mayor. Mayor Ralph Kelly. Now, Mayor Kelly, he knew that there was only one way L&M could get the general to the state of Georgia, and that was on their tracks, which came right through Chattanooga. So they had a spotter plane flying around watching for it. And when they spotted that plane, they sent word to the mayor that the general was on its way. And he sent the police department out to the Waihatchee Railroad that bought the tracks. Then he gathered the city commissioners. They went to their courthouse. They got a room attachment. Now, with that room of attachment in their hand, they all headed out to the Waihatchee Railroad and they took possession of the general, essentially stealing a 3rd time, making the general the only locomotive in history ever stolen 3 times. and then it went into our court system. Bounced around our courts for over 3 years. It's finally decided by the 6th Circuit Court of Appeals that the L&M Railroad owned the General, and they could do with it whatever they wanted to. It's appealed once more to the Supreme Court of the United States, who decided they didn't want to hear the case, upholding the lower court's decision. So today the General sits in the Southern Museum of Civil War and Locomotive History down in Kennesaw, Georgia. Steps away from it was first taken. It's big and beautiful. They restored it wonderfully. And they learned a lesson in Kennesaw from Chattanooga. One lesson being, once you have it, don't let it go anywhere. It might not come back. They built the building around it, folks. It's not going anywhere. If you ever make your way to Kennesaw, Georgia, or more broadly the Atlanta area, I suggest going to visit the Southern Museum of Civil War and Locomotive History. And when you do, tell them about this trolley driver. Tell them people to come there up here in Chattanooga. I bet they've heard this before. I've been telling people this for over 3 years now, many times a week. All right. I do want to thank you for taking the tour. I hope you've enjoyed it. I want you to go out and enjoy the rest of your time here in Chattanooga. It's a wonderful city. Lots to do. Tonight, down on the riverfront, there will be a free concert. Also tonight, out here behind the choo-choo, there's going to be the Fireflies Twilight Festival or market or whatever. I'm sure there's other stuff going on around town as well. And on top of all the stuff that springs up every weekend, we have our permanent stuff, all the museums and attractions around here. So get out and explore, folks. And if you get a chance, maybe leave a good review. Maybe make it a good one. I don't know. I like a good one, but I can't force you to do anything. So thank you so much. Have a great day.
Yeah, you want to put these waters in the back?
Power up.
Here we go. And we're back. We're heading into the museum. Cincinnati. I gotta get out of here anyway before I get. I gotta get out of there anyway before I get copyrighted. Copy. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Then we can go on. I don't know. Never mind.
Can you what?
Nothing. Ooh. Yeah. perfect.
Yeah, I would put your left front leg in there.
This is ridiculous. Right.
Can you hear me on $3 to get on the bus, please, ma'am? I'm sorry? Could you hear me on $3 to get on the bus? I could give us some free food from a job. It's hot. I'm just trying to get back home.
What do you need? $3?
I just need like $3 or $4. This hot as hell. I'm good people. I'm just in a fucked up situation right now.
That's all we got left. Yeah.
Could you, thank you.
You're welcome, sweetie.
Could you give me another $1? That'd be enough.
To get you home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Whoa! It's hot in here. Okay. You ready?
Let's get it off first.
Whoa. Super Bowl's really hot.
Yeah, that's why Ooh. Alright, it's 3 o'clock, almost.
Yeah.
What do you want to do now?
What do I want to do? Just do the Medal of Honor.
Medal of Honor?
Yeah.
We can go back to the hotel too.
No, let's do a Medal of Honor, you know.
Let's get pulled off. This is super hot.
That's ready. See. I don't see anyone. Yep. Right.
At the light, turn right onto Market Street.
Okay. Yeah.
Continue on Market Street for 1 mile. In 800 feet, turn left onto West Aquarium Way. At the light, turn left onto West Aquarium Way, then turn right.
That way, right there. Yeah.
Sorry.
So the vehicles move, yeah. I'm gonna get back to you guys.